We're live, so in case anyone's wondering.
No. She's at the mic's on. Joseph, the mic's on.
Let's
go. No, my other hip's okay. Let's go fast.
Yeah.
Got enough pieces in me.
I figured out.
I get sucked into these chairs. And I tell myself, I can get out of those chairs a little better. Church.
Yeah.
You're right.
Wow.
I hear you.
You know, I relegated to this the rest of my life, but now it's
getting up.
it's such a good one.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now I can see in the future.
You never thought. It's okay.
We can hang towels on
Yeah. Call us up until they're what they are supposed to be.
it. Three holes in the wall. At least they can do it. That's the plus.
Yeah. I probably
No, of course, we do much more.
it started about 2 years ago and it's.
It's not carpet.
I don't know what it is.
Problem.
Like I can't use my thumbs to grab. Today they told us that flashing. Today it hurts about some days it's hard to write.
Not a lot of traffic. They usually aren't running here, but it's usually running. So you can see us right.
What instrument she played? She broke the mold for Peterson.
No kicking. I think I would actually get by. I did wear boots today.
I'll even open the door for you.
That'd be super.
It's kind of being weird today.
The connection's actually good. So.
That's not good. We got another camera.
There you go.
Does that mean you played clarinet?
It was beeping like it was,
Well, that was I pressed the button.
oh.
That was on accident. It's like flashing stuff. So it's weird. So I don't know.
There's a large corner.
Well, yeah.
Just in case.
It's so cold.
There is,
I think it's probably just when I hold it down.
the YouTube.
It'll go like 10 seconds.
Here, down there. I thought about having maybe this is to bring some folding chairs to the hallway so that if we had to. Yeah, if you want to, Brian to bring some. Be all right. We'll go ahead and get started. Thanks. All right. Welcome to the York County Board of Commissioners meeting for Tuesday, April 14. I would invite everybody to stand for the roll call for the pledge of allegiance, please. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Roll call, please.
Robertson. Here. Obermeyer.
Present.
Burgess.
Here.
Bowman.
Present. Open meetings law is posted in the back of the room. It is also outside in the hallway. Proof of publication for this meeting is available and was posted in the newspaper April 19th and on the York County website April 13th. First up here, we will review and approve the minutes for March 31st Board of Commissioners meeting.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Burgess.
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes.
Robertson.
Yes.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Gross.
Yes. All right, adoption of today's agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move for adoption of today's agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Perfect. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Yes.
Robertson. and Gross.
Yes. All right, officials forum. Any officials in the crowd that would like to address the board? Seeing none, we will continue on through our agenda. As you may have noticed, we did move public comment down. There will be public comment, but rather than get started and then have to pause, we do have a scheduled public hearing for the purchase of a transit vehicle. And so Lori is here. If you want to come up and give us a quick rundown of what we're looking at, and then we'll open that public hearing.
Good morning.
Good
Yes,
morning.
this is to purchase a lower floored minivan that is wheelchair accessible. And not sure what else you want to know about that, but we're needing to replace some of our vehicles as they age.
And we'd be trading one in or selling one or,
One has gone in already. We'd be
Okay.
moving this one to a backup,
okay, yep.
moving another one to a backup.
Can you talk about the funding breakdown?
Yes, the cost of the vehicle is $77,000, and the federal share is $61,600. State and local shares each are $7,700.
And the vehicle will be ready.
Guess is as good as mine. These vehicles, sometimes they take as little as 6 months, sometimes it's taken over a year. So we like to get them in. In fact, we'll probably be requesting another one here fairly soon so we can get the process in because it takes so long.
So we'll be talking about the 26-27 budget year then.
Probably. Yeah.
Will this be something the funding that we received as a donation?
The next one.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, this one had already been requested through the federal funding before we knew we had to transfer that donation over.
Okay.
It is 8:35, which was the scheduled time for the public hearing. So we will open it up for any public comment regarding the pros or cons of purchasing this transit vehicle, which will be a lower floor van.
Willard Peterson, 514 Road 13. My address is York, but I'm a resident of the Bradshaw area. Oh yeah, I'm very proud of it. I sit on the Aging Services Board. Is that what the official name? I sit on that board, and I see the reports every other month about the number of people participating in all of the things that aging does, and the rides for transit and so forth are always some of the higher numbers of people using that service. I personally know of a couple, 3 people from the Bradshaw area right now that are incapacitated in a driving sense, and it's been an absolute lifesaver for them. And so it's vital important. I used to think, well, if you're old, you ain't supposed to go anywhere. You're not supposed to do anything. Just stay home. Well, now I'm old, and so far I've been able to go places myself, but someday I may not. So anyway, I think it's extremely important. And I'm sure some of these people out here also have people that may participate in getting some rides and so forth. Now, there's only one comment I have, and I'm thinking it's a conspiracy against me because I keep calling in. I know sometimes, somewhere, there are trips to Las Vegas, but every time I call, they say it's always been the day before. That sounds kind of weird to me, but anyway, please do this.
Thank you.
Oh, not to Las Vegas.
Yes, that is outside of our 110-mile radius from our office in which we will travel.
Any others from the public that would like to comment regarding the purchase of a transit vehicle? Seeing none get up, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And we do have on here an item for discuss and act on purchase of a transit vehicle. Before we get to that, was there any other board questions for Lori? Okay, very good. So we'll go ahead and move on to discuss and act on purchase of a transit.
I move for approval that we purchase this transit vehicle with the cost share that Lori had laid out for us and allow either, is it you or Daniel? I did.
It will be submitted for Daniel's signature.
And allow the chairman to sign.
Second.
Thank you. Other discussion? Roll call, please.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes.
Robertson.
Yes,
Burgess.
Yes.
Gross.
Yes.
thank you.
Thanks. All right, so at this time, we will open up the public comment section of our meeting. This would be the time for members of the public to comment on anything on or not on the agenda to address the board.
Good morning. Joanne Jackson, 907 Road 2, Fairmont, Nebraska, York County. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I would like to give you a little history about tornadoes and straight winds that we've endured in southern York County and a mile into Fillmore County. Hailstorms are not included. The information I'm giving you is over the last 36 years, about the same amount of time the K-Junction project would take place if you decide to move forward. We will start with the March 13th, 1990 storm. At 6:35 p.m., an F4 tornado moved into York County, Hayes Township, 2 miles to the south-southwest of Blushton. At least 5 farmsteads, farmhouses, outbuildings, trees, and power lines were destroyed. A bridal veil from one of the homes was found in a tree by Gresham, 30 miles away. On May 15, 1998, a tornado set down 2 miles north of Fairmont and was on the ground for 7 miles before lifting east of McCool Junction. The tornado nearly destroyed at least 1 farmstead and caused damage to power poles. On May 11, 2014, the F3 tornado destroyed a farmstead located 1 mile south of the York County line. It was the storm that hit Cordova. On June 14, 2022, an EF2 tornado was confirmed in southwestern York County. Storm surveys concluded that it tracked just over 7 miles. It developed west-southwest of Blushton and lifted west of McCool Junction. We've all seen the pictures of solar developments which have been destroyed by hail or tornadoes. If shattered glass is strewn on non-participating properties, who is responsible for the cleanup if the developer folds? Thank you.
All right, Kendra Johnson, 1118 Road 3, and I put some packets in front of you that you may now look at if you choose. I'm speaking today to you to beg you to protect us. I'm begging you to vote yes to 1/2 mile setbacks around non-participating homes in order to protect our families and children for the next 30 years. The zoning board delivered sound solar regulations, and I urge you to accept their proposal. I specifically would like to address the comments that have been made stating 500 feet or 660 feet are reasonable setbacks for non-participating dwellings in terms of health and safety. I brought you some reading materials today, and I will quickly summarize, but I hope you take the time to read them later. The first article in front of you is titled From Buffalo to Poland, 2 Solar Farms a World Apart, Same Toxic Story. This article looked at 2 solar facilities built in 2012 and provides evidence that solar facilities indeed leave behind a chemical footprint, depositing heavy metals into the soil without any natural disasters occurring. The second is an EPA article titled End of Life Solar Panels, Regulations and Management. This article states if enough of these metals, such as lead or cadmium, are found in the panels, they should be treated as hazardous waste at time of disposal. The third is a Forbes article called If Solar Panels Are So Clean, Why Do They Produce So Much Toxic Waste? That discusses how metals such as cadmium can be washed out of solar panels just by rainwater, and disposal into local landfills is not recommended due to the potential that the panels would break and leach heavy metals into the soil. The next article, titled Tornado Levels $1 Billion Solar Farm, but Coal Plant Didn't Flinch, gives a real-life example of a tornado that ripped through an industrial solar field in Wheatfield, Indiana just last month. Joanne just showed you proof that tornadoes hit our area at a heavy rate. Just Google this tornado and you will see the future of Hayes Township. One thing these articles have in common is the word cadmium. I invite you to Google the health impacts of long-term cadmium exposure and tell me that inviting the K-Junction Solar Project in New York County is in the best interest of your constituents. The point of these articles is to show that there are enough question marks surrounding the long-term impacts of industrial solar facilities on the health of its neighbors. Members of this board have said that solar facilities are safe, but my question is, how do you know? How do you know the long-term impacts when the majority of these facilities are new? Are you so sure that solar is safe that you're willing to bet the health and safety of my family over the next 30 years? Leroy Ott said it best when he sat up there and said, I can find no middle ground, so I'm choosing to err on the side of caution. If an outright ban of industrial solar is off the table, I'm begging you to please err on the side of caution when setting setbacks. Anything less than 1/2 mile is unacceptable.
Morning. I'm Jim Edmondson, on 1 Edison Avenue in York. I apologize, I got a little bit of a scratchy throat this morning. Regarding the solar project, at the last meeting, you guys it was mentioned that there is a potential fire hazard because of the use of the batteries in the project. Supposedly, this is a minimum risk, but it still is a risk, and we need to be concerned about it. We still have drought conditions in our county, and when we get our high winds going, just a little spark could cause a catastrophic brush fire. We just saw what happened 3 weeks ago out west, and there's a lot of ranchers without a lot of grazing land right now because of those fires. They were pretty tough to put out. This made me think of another issue that's already been mentioned. The fact that the industrial chemicals and the heavy metals used in solar panels, if they are broken, if they're cracked, they can seep into the ground and cause contamination. Now, I know with professional installation and maintenance and carefulness, that possibly would be a minimal risk, but it is still a risk. As already mentioned, we know how unpredictable and unforgiving our weather can be. Not only tornadoes, we routinely get huge gusts of wind, hail, all kinds of storms, all kinds of conditions that could easily damage solar panels, possibly make that risk a reality. There's going to be, no matter what your setbacks are, 3,000 acres is going to have a lot of solar panels, and it's going to be almost impossible to carefully monitor them. For all of us living here in York, we all know about the old dry cleaners that leak lots of toxic chemicals into the ground, poison the soil, poison the groundwater, caused an EPA Superfund site to be right here in our town. It took a long time to clean it up, and it was millions of dollars. I think the actual cost was around 10 to 12 million. Nobody knew he had a toxic ground leak. I don't think there was a way to monitor it. That could very well happen down in the solar panel fields. And if it did, it'd be absolutely horrible. I completely understand the rights of a property owner to utilize their property for whatever purposes they need. But in this situation, we're talking about prime agricultural land. We have some of the best farmland soil, not only in Nebraska, but in the entire country. That's something to be very proud of. It just seems almost sacrilegious to use it for anything else, especially for an industrial solar panel farm. I don't envy you guys. I know you guys have some tough choices and decisions to make, but please examine all the aspects of this deal. We're hoping and praying you make the right decision. My fear is if this gets approved and it goes through, it's going to greenlight York County and open up the floodgates for more and more outside folks that are going to want to come in and swap our precious farmland into either solar fields or whatever they seem fit. I have nothing against new ideas or solar power. There's a time and a place for everything. But we all know this isn't the time, and York County is not the place to swap out precious farmland for solar panels that could be easily placed elsewhere, like maybe Sarpy or Douglas County. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Connie Hall. I live at 104 Road K, a fourth of a mile from where I grew up. My son, his wife, and 3 children now live on that family farm. I was one of the landowners that originally signed up with EDF before it was sold to OPPD. If I would have known then what I know now, I would never have signed up. But since then, we have all learned the downfalls and what the damage it will do to our agriculture if we let the solar project go through. You have all heard the statistics on solar projects. There might be a better place for this project rather than the heartland of Nebraska agriculture. We need to make a stand and stop this project. Have any of you thought about the broken glass that will come with these storms? This area is prone to high winds, damaging hail, and tornadoes. Just about every other year, we have had some type of damage storm in this area. This will cause breaking of the glass. And we're not talking about a house window, we're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of broken glass. With our Nebraska wind, where do you think all that glass is going to go? It's going to go in the air and on the ground. Have you ever tried to clean up glass out of the dirt or in our field? You can't. This will spread across farms that aren't enrolled in this project. Our neighborhood is thriving with young families with lots of children. When this glass gets spread across their yards and farmsteads, they will never be able to run and play outside barefooted. When they fall, they will get cut. They won't be able to roll around in the grass or down a hill. This glass will be carried for miles. It could even land in your yard. We know how wind and storm can carry things. In the tornado of 1990, we lost a grain bin along many other structures. That grain bin was never found. So don't think it can't happen to you just because you live in town. Most storms travel from southwest to northeast. Where do you think York sits from this? Some of you might have young kids or grandkids. How would you like to have this glass spread all over your grass, your yard, down your road, in your gardens, and not be able to enjoy your outdoors because of the storm that scattered solar glass all over? You might say, well, that won't happen to me because I live in town or not close to this project. But I guarantee you, in the 30 years of this contract, it's going to happen, and more than just once. How many times do you think OPPD is going to try to clean up the glass and replace panels year after year? They won't. And then what? I think it's time to take off the rose-colored glasses and look at the reality of this project. Anyone that would support the solar project must be benefiting in one way or another. Who would support this project in the heartland of Nebraska? We need to take a stand, not only for York County, but for our state. Let's shut down this project once and for all and continue enjoying this beautiful land that God created for us. You can still vote against this. I did. Thank you for your time and listening to just one of the concerns of this project. Most of us aren't going to be around in 30 years, but our children, our grandchildren, and their children will be. They are the future of our community. Let's not ruin it for them. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Dick. I'm at 120 East Liberty Drive in Henderson, and I'm here today to oppose solar farms in York County. I'm not going to debate whether renewable energy is good or bad. It's about where and at whose expense. And right now, York County is being asked to sacrifice some of the most productive farmland in Nebraska for the profit of outside companies. This land is not empty space. It's some of the best agricultural ground in the country. It feeds families, it supports local businesses, it sustains generations of farmers who have worked it and cared for it and depend on it. Covering that land with steel, glass, and fencing for 30 or 40 years is not progress. It's a permanent shift away from what makes this country strong, this county strong. Once that land is taken out of production, it doesn't just affect landowners, it affects the entire local economy. Less farming means less business for equipment dealers, seed suppliers, grain elevators, and trucking companies. That ripple effect is real and it stays here long after the developers are gone. And let's talk about fairness. A handful of landowners may benefit financially, but their neighbors are left to deal with the consequences, industrial views, and declining property values. Those neighbors didn't ask for it, yet they bear the cost. If solar is truly the future, then let's put it where it belongs, on rooftops, over parking lots, on marginal land, not on prime farmland that needs our communities, that feeds our communities and drives our economy. And let me just address the argument, I should be able to do, it's my land, I should be able to do what I want with it. Honestly, if this were true, we wouldn't have zoning at all, but we do, because unrestricted land use leads to conflicts, lower property values, and long-term problems in communities. Property rights matter, but they've never been unlimited. If you can't build a factory, a landfill, or a feedlot anywhere you want without rules. Large solar farms are industrial developments, and that affects neighbors, not just landowners. I really want you commissioners to understand that the land doesn't exist in a vacuum. What you do with it affects roads, views, property values, and the rural character of the whole community. That's why zoning exists. It balances the individual right with everyone else's rights. If one landowner can industrialize farmland for profit while neighbors deal with the consequences, that's not real fairness. Property rights go both ways. Your neighbors have rights too. In summary, this decision is bigger than any one project. It's about what kind of county we want to be. Do we want to remain a place defined by agriculture, hard work, and local control? Or do we want to become a place where outside interests dictate land use for their own gain? Once this land is converted, there's no easy way back. This is a one-way decision with long-term consequences. I urge each and every one of you to protect our farmland, protect our rural way of life, and put the people of York County who clearly do not want this first. Thank you. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Sue Adams, 926 St. Andrews Court here in York, Nebraska. I'm here also to express my concerns and opposition to solar fields inside York County. 3,367 acres is not a solar field. 3,367 acres, the proposed amount, thereabout, of solar panels is a solar city. 3,693 acres is the number of acres of the city of York. It's a solar city that does not support a population of 8,000. It's not bringing in 8,000 new people. It's not supporting new business. It's not bringing more people into York to support the businesses that we have today. York County is a prosperous county because it is supported by the agriculture that is grown and harvested here in York. Our friends, our families, our neighbors, most of them get their income from businesses that support the agricultural industry. OPPD is billing this as economic development. Economic development is defined as the continuous improvement in the quality of life with income transitioning from low income to high income earning jobs. So I ask you, where is this transformation of low income to high income salaries occurring in York with this supposed economic development? I propose that the higher income jobs land in Omaha, Douglas, and Sarpy County rather than York County. 3,367 acres of farmland in a good year produces about 775,000 bushels of corn. So we're reducing, if solar panels, solar cities go through, we are reducing that amount of bushels of corn. 1 bushel of corn can result in 5 to 8 additional pounds of meat for beef producers. It can result in an increase of 10 pounds for chicken, about 8 pounds for pork. So all in all, while there might be a donation to a general fund account, there might be a donation to a small town school, there is a reduction overall in revenue for all of York County. That money generates money every time money changes hands. There's not a whole lot of money changing hands with this type of transaction. So again, I ask you to consider 775,000 bushels of corn, a reduction of revenue for our town year after year after year. And a general fund will last us how long? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dan Adams, 926 St. Andrews Court here in York. I was born and raised here in York, lived here for 39 years, moved to Omaha, lived in Omaha for 20 years, and moved back to York in 2022. During those 20 years in Omaha, I watched a lot of areas around Omaha grow. Housing developments, infrastructure to support those areas. But most recently in 2019, a Google data center was built in Papillion, Nebraska. Another Google data center is being built in Northwest Omaha. A 140,000 square foot Amazon fulfillment center is in Omaha. A Google data center is currently being constructed on the northeast side of Lincoln off the interstate at 56th Street. So based on the development of housing infrastructure from Blair, Nebraska, to Bennington, Nebraska, to Elkhorn, Nebraska, to Gretna, Nebraska, to Papillion, Nebraska, and Bellevue, Nebraska. That's a lot of electricity. But what people fail to realize is the amount of water it takes for data centers to maintain and run. So, having lived in York for all these years and listening to our former leaders, business leaders, commissioners, there was always a position of sustainability. That's why York, the city of York, surrounding communities never grew. That sustainability is from agriculture and our farmers. But two things about this solar project that's coming in, being proposed to come here in York County, 100 miles west of Omaha, which is hard to fathom why they're targeting York. And the primary reason that I believe is the water that sits below our ground. That water is needed to maintain these data centers for cooling. And I'm in opposition of this solar field here in York. There's plenty of areas in and around Omaha to put these solar fields or whatever renewable energy OPPD wants to propose. There's plenty of area in and around Omaha, and also in and around Lincoln. OPPD is not the primary driver behind this solar project. It's Google and Governor Pillen. Governor Pillen gave a State of the State address in January of this year. And he stood up there and said, Nebraska will be the leader of this country with data centers and AI technology. So not only data centers, but sustainable aviation fuel. There's a project in Phelps County that's currently on hold because the people are pushing back against this sustainable aviation fuel plant. And this plant for sustainable aviation fuel takes a lot of water. And in an article 3 years ago, they talked about railing water in from the Great Lakes to support that facility. So it's not just farmland. There's a lot of water underneath this ground, this prime farmland here in York, Nebraska. And in my opinion, that's the target. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Julie Wellman. I live at 702 Road T, Waco. I guess I'm here to address also this solar issue, but I really want to talk more to my new representative, Deb, because I met her at Waco and at the time, we talked about our districts and you know the district and you know who you're representing. And in the last few months, I was wondering, what have you done to meet with your constituents and how many have been able to meet with?
We don't really have,
Okay,
you can address it, but
Okay,
we're not
all right,
necessarily
I'm
answering.
sorry. Okay, I didn't know.
Yes.
Okay. I have just under 500 signatures of your constituents in your district that have signed a petition to recall Leroy Ott because he voted to change the zoning laws that we don't want changed. I have talked to close to another 500 residents in the area that said they would have signed the petition, but they liked Leroy enough that they would not sign it, but they all agreed he needed to be recalled because of the zoning issues. You could say you didn't have this information, but I informed you at the Waco meeting and again on March 12th on the phone that the district does not want the zoning changed. So I was wondering why you voted to change it at the last meeting. Who are you really representing? OPPD, a bank, or is it like when you voted to take money from the Heritage Fund to give to the roads department? You said you didn't know anything about it, but the person next to you told you to vote yes, so you did. So without looking into it yourself. You said you live on the edge of town. How would you like it if a hog operation, a cattle lot, or a solar farm decided to build next to your property line? As a non-participating landowner, you would have no say in what they wanted to put next to your property. Oh, but wait, you don't have to worry about that because the city of York has a 1 mile setback. Why is that? Why does the city limits residents have the privilege to have their properties protected? So I have to ask you again, who are you representing? OPPD, a bank, or the person next to you telling you to vote yes again? I have to wonder the reason why you were appointed when you have no knowledge of what is needed in the rural communities. It is communism when the will of the people is not represented. I have to ask, Gary Olson, Megan Williams, and Mary Melby should be held accountable and give reason why they thought you were the best candidate when we had 3 other candidates who were more informed and lived outside the city limits. I have to ask, how much representative is given to the rural county when 2 of our commissioners live in York, 1 goes to school in Lincoln? I have talked to an engineer. He has told me the life expectancy of these solar batteries is 15 years. After that, they are toxic waste. Who's going to be responsible for cleaning those up? What are we going to do with them? I want the answers the people whom you represent in your district deserve the answers, and we have the right to have you explain it. So I will ask you again, why did you vote to change the zoning laws, and who are you representing? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chuck Fire from Cool Junction. And I just want to say, Joe, it was embarrassing to watch you during that last speech. Roll your eyes and laugh. Of course, we know you're anti-veteran and our new communist member is anti-veteran. But I'm here to talk about how much you think you know about it and you really don't. You claim that you know that the heat load from these panels is negligible, that it will dissipate. Well, yes, it dissipates, but how does it dissipate? Do you know anything at all about heat transfer? I've been working in heat transfer for 50 years. I think I know a little bit more than you. Of course, we know that you think you know more than the city administrator when you look down to her who holds a PhD. But you obviously know more than her. You know more than everybody on this board because you think you know everything, but you're truly just being a punk. You don't know about heat transfer. Heat transfer, heat has to go somewhere. The latent heat that comes from the solar panels, 33,000 plus acres, has to dissipate somewhere. Where does it go? Just into the air? Well, yeah, if it goes into the air, that means it has to travel somewhere. The studies that I was reading said at a minimum, it will dissipate out to about a half a mile to dissipate. Well, if it goes out that far, that means that it raises the temperature in those areas by 1 to anywhere to 7 degrees. In order to cool that back down, those non-participating members have to sit there and live with their cattle and their homes. It takes several BTUs. A BTU is a British thermal unit. It's the amount of energy it takes to lower the temperature, depending on which study you want, of water 1 degree Fahrenheit. For every BTU that it takes power to cool your home. If you say it's 1 cubic foot, 1 ounce, whatever, it takes approximately, as working at cold storage, I know that when we go and try to cool during the heat of the day, you know, if you live in the heat of Nebraska, sun goes down, it feels hotter right after the sun goes down because the humidity comes up. And the humidity takes many more BTUs to go up. So if we raise the temperature just a couple degrees, non-participating members have to pick that load up and raise their electric bills, dissipate that heat. Heat carries over into other farmers' fields, which puts stress on the crops. Heat transfers over to the feedlots or the farmyards, which has farm animals in them, which raises the stress on the farm animals. The heat also affects the wildlife, which we know you don't care about, but the wildlife that is going to be destroyed by this solar farm, or call it what it is, solar catastrophe, environmental catastrophe that is coming to York County because Joe Burgess is on the take with somebody to obviously make sure these setbacks are so that anybody can bring anything they want into this county. The wildlife, anywhere from the smallest freaking rabbit up to deer populations are heavily affected, but nobody cares. Nobody cares that the fact that we have hunters, we have wildlife and biodiversity in this county. Let's get rid of the biodiversity. That's what you're voting for. Again, it all comes down to the heat. When the sun is absorbed into those solar panels because they're dark, that heat transfers into the metal framing. That metal framing transfers it into the ground. It also holds it. Then it has to give it up.
Chuck, we are past the 3 minutes, so if you have a wrap up.
With that, I'll just say that I know that the fact that these solar panels give off heat, a lot more heat than some people want to admit.
Thank you.
remarks, if you'll pass those around, please. My name is Morris Wires. I live at 512 North Michigan in York, Nebraska. Much of what I have to offer is not new, but it does offer something of a summary of what other people have remarked on. I have questions and concerns about the proposed solar fields. What is the useful life in the hail belt of York County? What happens to the solar fields at the time their useful life has passed? Are the panels recycled or dumped into the landfill? Who pays for the cost of that procedure? How is the land taxed in the lifetime of the solar fields? At the end of the life of the solar field, how do we restore the land to its full productivity, and who pays for it? What are the results of years of use as a solar field? Solar fields are not maintenance free. What is the plan for maintenance and maintenance access? What is the effect of the solar fields on the environmental quality? We used to think inadequate nitrogen management and irrigation water was not a concern. Why does OPPD use prime agricultural land instead of the Missouri River bluffs? York County is some of the most productive agricultural land in the world. How much storage of electrical power will we have to have for long winter nights and cloudy days? Is there enough battery storage to fill that need? Is solar the most productive way to generate electricity, or just the most politically correct in the eyes of the OPPD board? Who are the producers of the panels to be used, China or the US? Is solar preferable to modern nuclear production? And lastly, why did the county appoint a board to study the issue and then refuse their advice? Thank you.
Thank you. There are a few more chairs up here. I know that we've got a few people outside. There are some chairs up here if people want to come in and sit down.
Chairperson and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Caleb Jackson. I'm a student at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln studying agriculture economics and public policy. And I'm here to speak today in support of adopting half-mile setbacks for Class 4 solar facilities in York County. York County is foremost an agriculture county. The comprehensive plan makes that clear. It states that the zoning exists to protect the proposed general distribution of the general location extent of the land uses for agriculture. Industrial solar is defined, Industrial solar is defined as your own location and extent of the use, your own ordinance as an extent or intended land use. That means the burden is on your county and the economy. It is essential to ensure that these projects do not undermine agriculture, run safety, and land use sustainability. The evidence shows that smaller setbacks simply cannot meet these standards. First, the science is clear. A soybeans heat study found for every 1 degree Celsius increase above 90 degrees when a plant is in heat stress, the yields drop from 4 to 5%. From 4 to 5% drop. That is a drastic drop. Industrial solar arrays create localized heat islands, and they absorb heat during the day and release that into the surrounding area. Soybeans, for their photosynthesis, when they do not photosynthesize during the peak sunlight hours because it's too hot, they lose too much water, so they shut down. So when they actually photosynthesize is in the morning, and then only in the mornings. And then sometimes in the evenings, depending on how much humidity and heat there is. So these localized islands will cause that heat to shrink that time that they can actually photosynthesize. The only way to actually dissipate that is half-mile setbacks. There's also very real economic impact. Farmers who operate next to these facilities using Fairmont soybean price of $10.84, as it was yesterday, a bushel, the average soybean yields 63 bushels per acre. And so that'd be about $682.92. With the heat stress I referenced earlier, about a half mile out, even with half mile setbacks, and when you enter this heat stress, you lose 4 to 5% of your yield. So when you run those numbers, it was about $27 to $34 an acre. So that would equate to $17,000 or $21,000 of profit loss for surrounding farmers half mile away. These are not theoretical impacts. These are real, measurable losses that fall on York County farmers. Second is glare. Glare is a real safety issue. And I've actually done a little research into reading a whole bunch of other places. And especially on the East Coast, they actually put in and define glare on their zoning. And so they actually define it as a sensation of brightness that causes annoyance, discomfort, or loss of visual performance. So if you've driven around, when the sun rises and sun sets, how dangerous those glares can be. Large solar arrays reflect light far beyond a few hundred feet. So half mile setbacks actually allow protection against these things so that people can actually see visibly and not have impact on their eyes. Third is hydrology. Industrial solar farms change how water moves across the landscape. They concentrate runoff on the panel rows, which increases erosion and topsoil loss. When they remove the topsoil, we have clay. Clay likes to move water. It doesn't soak in. So half mile setbacks allow for that erosion to not get into other people's fields. And finally, we're not alone in this. Cherry County, Nebraska has already adopted half mile setbacks for non-participating residents. They are a rural county, an agricultural community, and recognize that industrial solar requires industrial scale buffers. Their design gives York County a clear Nebraska-specific precedent. It is not about regulating, it is about regulating responsibility, and it's about ensuring that renewable energy development does not come at the expense of farmers, landowners, and people in York County. Half mile setbacks are not extreme. It is not anti-development. It is balanced, it is evidence-based, and a standard that protects agriculture, property rights, and protects public safety while still allowing solar development. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the board to adopt half mile setbacks recommended by the Planning Code and Zoning Commission. Thank you for your time and hopefully for your commitment to protecting long-term future of York County. Thank you.
Hi guys, Brian Silva, 1006 Road 4, McCool. Everybody up here pretty much knows me by now. I'm right in the middle of this project. A lot of good speakers here tonight. So they took away, or this morning, they took away a lot of my points, but I'll go over them quick. Thanks to the county for putting the visual setbacks out just to give us an idea of distances. Appreciate that a lot. I do believe they were poorly located though, because there's no residents around where the cones are to give us a reference of what that looks like. Because if you put that 330-foot cone from my house, I could throw a baseball over it from there. So, I mean, that's a really poor reference when you can't see a house anywhere any close to it. So, you got something to say there, Joe? Sir. Okay. But I do appreciate them going out because that's an effort that wasn't made before. So I do appreciate it a bunch. I would like to see them on the blacktop, close to coming up to where I'm at, if you want a good reference for it. Second of all, we're a rural county, right? We're a rural county. We're a rural community. We're governed on rural. And this was already brought up, but I have a little hard time with the fact that we have 3 commissioners that live in the city at this point. And this is nothing against any of you because I appreciate all of your time and everything else you put in. But we have 3 that live in the city of York. City of York has a city board. I just seems like that's maybe a little bit better. I think they need to be represented as a county, but I don't know that it needs to be a 3-2. And I'll just leave it at that on that. it kind of raises some questions and concerns, and I think it should raise questions and concerns for York County also, residents. Third thing is, I've heard it said here a lot today, solar farms. Or this is a solar farm. This is the farthest thing from a farm. I did a little work just to Google the definitions of a farm. It's an area of land or water, including buildings and equipment dedicated to growing crops, raising livestock, or cultivating fish and shellfish. Let's call it what it is the whole time. It's not a farm. It's an industrial solar facility is what it is. It's not a farm. I think that's just a important fact to know. I mean, as a rural community, this is not a farm. Oh, another thing, I know it's been mentioned before, the noise on these, and I've watched just a ton of them. And I heard a comment from Joe that it's like a refrigerator running. Well, all the ones I've seen are nothing like a refrigerator running on these large scale facilities. They are very loud, and there's just so much of the drone of it. So I just, before you guys make any decisions on anything other than a half-mile setback, I think the county needs to step up and say, all right, we're gonna put you on a bus or a plane, and as a group, go to one of these big facilities and see it. Be there, stand on the step, listen to what the converters are doing and everything else, because from everything I've seen, there's a lot of noise. I walked out my step this morning and it's dead quiet. There's a couple birds chirping, one cowbelling in the back, and I was pretty excited about that. I don't want to hear the solar panels adjusting and whatnot. So, and I guess the last thing is, who lives amongst these? Is it the people that are signed up in them? And the majority of that is a no. Majority of these acres that are signed up are people not living there. It's easy to say your land, you can do what you want with it, but I'm not gonna buy a land or 40 acres next to Andy and then go put a landfill next to it. It's not gonna be allowed, can't do it. And live somewhere else away from it. So to me, it's a good point to see. If you're not living next to them yourself, it's obviously, maybe they're not the biggest fans either. So appreciate your time, guys.
Thank you.
I'm Gary Carnup. I live out in the middle of this solar project. Reside and feed cattle in this right within less than a quarter mile from where a lot of these solars are going up. I'd like to reiterate some of the storm damages that this area is really noted for. I farmed on, lived and farmed on the section right straight west of me is going to be a whole section of solar. And I lived on half of that and farmed half of that, north half of that section from 1964 to past 1990 when I got blowed out of there with a tornado. But there were other storms before that in the time that I lived there. In 76, we lost all electricity for a huge windstorm came through there. We lost electricity. I pumped generated electricity on the 2 yards from where I live now and where I lived then for 3 weeks before we got electricity back. That was a bad windstorm. And the following year after that, on June 19th, I was hailed clear to the ground. We lost corn. I had to replant corn. It was late, but it made silage for cattle feed at least. And then there's about 3 more hailstorms after that. And then, of course, the tornado that went through there. I had to get a backhoe in, dig 4 big holes to bury that whole farmstead. And kids and adults from Fairmont and McCool Junction walk the fields to get debris out of there. And that's what I all buried. And I moved to another place. But yet, I still farm that farm, but 3 years later, a windstorm went through there, late flattened the corn. It kind of goosenecked up and a lot of green snap, probably about half the yield. So that was another thing. Now, about 5 years ago, another tornado went through there on this section of ground, took all the pivots off there. And yeah, I survived where I'm living now, but it had damage. But the brunt of it was to the north of me. Took a pivot up right out of the concrete at center point, tossed it over into another man's neighbor's farm that I had to hurry up and get the salvage people to get it out of there because it's on his property. And that property to this day is signed up for solar. That's how close it is from another distance from me. There's one other thing I'd like to iterate. What do you think goes on when all this is going to be installed? I know of a feed yard in Pierce County, and he has solar all around him. He was bullheaded about like I am. He wouldn't give in to him. They tried to buy his concrete and give him a big lease and everything, but he wouldn't. And when they were installing those panels, the county had to run a maintainer 24/7 with a pilot car ahead of the maintainer and one behind the maintainer while all of this was being installed. And I imagine people that live around where this is being installed would probably have to have pilot cars or something to get them out of their home while this is being done, because when they come in to do this, they work day and night, 7 days a week, and they're on their own. They don't have regard for anything else. I know that feed yard had to have pivot cars, take these semis, pot loads of cattle in and out. While they were doing that. And that's about all I have to say, I guess. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Grant Jackson, 913 Road 3, McCool Junction. Handed a map out of the proposed solar site, and then the blue dots are all the individual acreages that have no crop acres assigned with the acreage. So that's the number just only of acreages that have had no choice in this at all. There's probably another 10 that have farm ground with them that chose not to sign up. So you're impacting potentially up to 30 acreages. At one of Joe's first meetings, he said it was un-American to tell someone what they can do on their own land. Zoning isn't new, Joe, so I don't know where you come up with that, but what I think is un-American is having a company come in behind everyone's back, sign lease agreements without zoning in place, and then tell us what our zoning should be. Randy, you mentioned these leases were signed, but once again, this was with no zoning in place or guarantees. Dustin Marvel is proposing OPPD's suggested setback is thinking outside the box for Joe. I don't know if OPPD's given it to you. I don't know how that's thinking outside the box. Would you like 2,000 acre confinements within 330 feet of your place? If this is allowed, you'll have 2,000 acres or potentially 3,000 acres less of wildlife. And then where's all this runoff going to go? You're going to have erosion problems. Joe and Randy, what changed since the last vote when it was decided no major changes were needed in proposed zoning other than the setbacks, the distance for the setbacks, and some minor edits? Now we have blown the whole thing up, and potentially I've heard might not be a public hearing. we were told there'd be a public hearing if there were major changes to the zoning regulations. I've heard talk of a 1% of the county having solar as the maximum percent. So let's make Hayes Township take all 1%. If that's the case, I hope, this might make you laugh, Joe. I hope all the paved county roads that you promised us are put in Hayes Township first, and I don't mean by the solar farms. And if you limit it to 1%, you are telling the other 99% of the county what they can do with their land. I've also heard that some of the easements to connect these sites have expired. So does that mean OPPD is going to do eminent domain because they said they weren't? I just would leave you with, you represent York County, not York, and definitely not OPPD. Thank you for your time.
Chris Ziegler, 1716-21 Waco. And I've said it before, but I think the zoning board did their due diligence and they came up with legitimate numbers. And then if you guys want to address those numbers, I think we need to do away with the zoning board. And you guys just bear that brunt right on your shoulders. I think that the visual idea of putting markers out was a great idea. But I wish it would have been done with shipping containers or semi trucks or something. So it was like a big visual thing. So that it was easier to visualize next to a house. That's, I have seen industrial solar. I had a great uncle in Southern California. They put solar in and a year later they put a pipeline for the water to go to LA after that. So I urge you guys all to go look at an industrial solar farm. So it's quite the sight. But until I don't want it next to my house, and I'm not in Hayes Township. So, but this is not a Hayes Township fight. This is a York County issue. So, thank you for bearing the brunt of this. But you guys got some big decisions to do, and I pray that you do the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so, and plus there's other ingredients, and some say there's chemicals in there. It might be from the silicone, I don't know. But then the issue of, we've heard a lot about this, about the big hailstorms and tornadoes. That can affect these, and I know on that where they're putting them, there's been a lot of tornadoes and a lot of hail. And tornadoes will rip them things right out of the ground, off the stands that they're on, and they're going to be who knows how many miles away. They're flat panels, they'll go like kites. And whose fields are they going to land up, and who's going to clean up the glass? Now the big one, setback. I read numerous websites on property values and setbacks. And these are pro-solar sites, I might add, not anti-solar. And it seemed like the general consensus came to they did over 1 million sales reviews on this. And it was several different sites, and they all agreed that 1 mile away, there was no loss in property values. But then when it got under a mile and half a mile, and they only went down to a quarter mile, the values decreased 1.5% to 3%. But you're talking, you two guys came up with 330 to 660 feet. 330 feet, that's a football field. That's way too close to a residential place. So what would those values decrease in that amount of space? It'd be a whole lot more than 3%. It'd be a big deduction that those places would have to eat up, or somebody subsidize it.
Leo, I do have, we're going past time if you've got a wrap up.
Okay, well, I'd like to tell OPPD that they should take this project and build it in Omaha in their backyard. If it's such a great deal for York County, surely Omaha would want it.
Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners. Ken Reel, representing our family business and my father's residence at 201 Rodale, which is basically ground zero for the substation that K Junction is going to be headquartering out of. I think Adam Beck and I sat in these chairs here about 6 years ago when we were trying to figure out where the bullets were flying, everybody was in lockdown with COVID. And when EDF was sneaking around getting contracts, and we were just trying to figure out what was this? Where were the bullets coming from? Who signed up? And we were all afraid to talk. And these lease contracts that landowners signed up to are, we've been talking, had interest from solar companies with our flat land underneath those power lines by the substation for years, and we've just booted them out the door. And these contracts are so dangerous, and I feel sorry for the folks that signed them, and it's going to be a high percentage of them that have seller's remorse. That is a one-way contract that when the original EDF and the contracts were the same, they could buy and sell and do whatever they wanted with those leases at any time that you're under a gag order. You'll never see one of those folks that didn't sign one that can say anything, and they are liable. So I'm very thankful that we didn't participate in. I got into, finally, they kept bugging us, and probably 9 months down the road, and I opened up the email and read it. I think it was 41 pages on that lease, and I got into page 3. And I dropped it. I told my wife, I said, this is the most terrifying document I've seen in my life. As far as you talk about landowner rights, you can kiss them goodbye, because this is playing by their rules, and there's no way out. So there's nothing here that I can say that hasn't been said before. I absolutely oppose this project. I really enjoy this banner in the corner that you guys look at. And not only my family, but numerous families. Our families came here in the 1880s from Sweden and Germany to farm and raise cattle in York County. And that's what this county was, just such beautiful real estate, so attractive to our forefathers ahead of us. And our family's always been county liners. Currently, my home address is going to be on the Fillmore County side. I lay my head for maybe 8 hours a day, 16 hours a day. It's at 201 Rodale. And that's the way my family's always been. And just to see, and my grandkids, I have 3 grandchildren, and they live 1 mile into the Fillmore side, but they will oversee these panels from their place. And I want to be, as a granddad, whether this happens or doesn't happen, it's going to be the story, I hope, of saying, we oppose this thing. I want them to see this beautiful country. And if it happens to go down and this thing gets built, I want them to look my grandchildren in the eye and say, I tried, kids. I tried to keep this in my own way from becoming a industrial dump yard. So absolutely, I support the original. If I was going to do a message for church, I would name this thing Skin in the Game. And this all comes down to who's got skin in the game in this decision. And who's got skin in the game in agriculture and the future of York County. And we had a zoning and planning commission that understood ag, understood the needs of the residents, and they're there to protect us, protect our property rights. And we've always been an employer of, if you guys have been by our place, we are thinning down on the cattle feeding, but we've had times we've employed 16, 17 people full-time. And we've always prided ourselves on having young families and kids in school at McCool. And always had residents. We still have 3 residents down that road L corridor. And by the way, they're occupied probably age 24 would be the average age of the residents in those properties. And as I watch my own grandkids, they option back to McCool, and I follow the bus to work. And growing up in the 80s, it just seemed like everybody left the farm and went to college, and that was it. And we have got the nicest rural economic boom with young families happening right now. And this solar project will absolutely destroy that. And it's, it is probably, if you see me shaking and mad, this is the very soul of what I'm fighting for is what we now have. I'm very proud of, and I'm in defense mode. So, second part is we have had another offer from battery storage, BESS system, extremely toxic. I got a company that wants 10 acres right underneath the power lines, $7,000 an acre. Well, this is all about money, isn't it? Green energy, money, it's the same thing. It's not doing the right thing. It's not taking care of your neighbors. It's money. And it's going to be southwestern cool, and that'll just be beautiful, and these things catch on fire. If I took an offer like that, it's going to have a whole lot more zeros, because I'm going to pack up and leave the country and never come back. I would be in shame the rest of my life for doing something like this to my community.
We are creeping up on time, so if you have a wrap up.
So BANBEST, and the last one is, guys, we need to eliminate funding the YCDC. That is the most toxic organization. When you have Hurley coming here and want their $75,000 next year, she can just go over to OPPD and get some more director seats on there. They can come up with 75 grand. They don't need to spend our tax money on something that's so counterproductive to our economy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning, James Jackson, 907 Road 2, Fairmont. I live in York County, about halfway between Washington and McCool Junction. My gripe is this: you gotta feel sorry for OPPD. They're the largest electrical system in the state of Nebraska. They have 1 million customers. Okay? They had a nuclear plant. Missouri River Belt got it, so they panicked. And they closed it up. They only spent $1 billion on that. My big complaint though is, well, my wife forgot to tell about the tornado, the tornado in 893 with a Dreco wind from the west. And we had a tornado over our house, went northwest, uprooted some bins, pulled 5-foot footers out of the ground, laid the bin over. But my big complaint is, since we started this deal, I can't even remember how many years it is, there's been no contact between the developers and these people that are going to be within. They've had their acreages for years, several years. They're all pretty much, most of them are young people. They're professionals. Some of them are work for our neighbors for farming, but they have kids. So a week ago tonight really enforced this in my mind. Went to the school program instead of coming to the zoning meeting. There were 70 kids between the first and third grade, and a big portion of them lived, they're my neighbors, my closest neighbor. They came back and bought the place where their great grandfather lived. And I knew their grandfather, he lived there for 50 years. They got 3 kids at least, and one of them going there, some of them going to school. To the west, there's up the road, the half mile, the closest I've ever had a neighbor. And since I've been there since 1944, when we moved to where we are now, I started in 41, 3.5 mile west. But anyway, there's more young people percentage-wise in this area now than there has been in my life. And that's the vibe. And their housing is nice. It's not junk. And then when I come to the meetings here, that's one of the things we're always talking about. We need to retain young people. We need housing.
we've got it. But they're not gonna live, the next generations are not gonna live there where they are at. And then my other problem is, with all this going on, all the developers have spent all kinds of money trying to influence people that don't live anywhere near it, but what a great deal it is. We've heard about how much energy they produce, how much taxes there'll be, how many temporary jobs, maybe I have 2 permanent. But they have no, I've talked to the representatives more than once about the need to contact those people that you're gonna have right up next to the solar panel. You could at least warn them, well, we can't do that because we might not build it. What kind of an excuse is that? Come on, spread the money. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Diana Johnson, 1121 18th Street, Henderson. And before I read what I'm going to read, I just commend people for coming and speaking when you know that Joe has all these facial expressions to put you down for what you're saying.
There he goes doing it again.
I know, he constantly does it. I'm going to read something from Tina Oswald. She lives in Hamilton County, so Hamilton County, there's counties in Nebraska, everybody around is watching what you guys are doing. But this comes from her. I have plenty of my own to say, but I'm going to read because she couldn't make it today due to babysitting a grandchild. So she says, my name is Tina Oswald and I'm a resident of Hamilton County with deep ties to agriculture in this region. Thank you for the opportunity to submit my testimony regarding land use priorities and the increasing pressure to convert productive farmland into industrial scale developments. The York County Comprehensive Plan provides a clear vision, preserve agricultural land, support responsible growth, and protect the long-term viability of our rural economy. Agriculture is not simply one sector. It is the foundation of this region's identity and economic stability. It's in the comp plan on pages 37 to 40. Prime farmland is finite, an irreplaceable resource. Once converted to industrial use, it is effectively gone forever. Your comprehensive plan recognizes this and emphasizes directing non-agricultural development to appropriate areas that do not compromise high-quality soils or disrupt farming operations. We are now seeing growing pressure to site large-scale projects such as data centers and utility-scale energy developments on agricultural land. While often framed as progress, these proposals deserve careful scrutiny. Many communities across the U.S. are voicing concerns over commercial developments of wind, solar, battery, data centers, and they are justifiable. These projects require significant energy and water resources, may strain local infrastructure, and typically generate relatively few long-term jobs compared to the footprint they occupy. When placed on prime farm ground, the trade-off becomes even more troubling. Troubling. Also troubling the declaration of revenue that will be generated. I leave the burden of proof to the developer on what compensation counties will actually receive. Please don't let the revenue generated by the ag industry be swept under the rug. We all know the ripple effect farming has on a community, from commodities to elevators to truck drivers to insurance agents to fuel delivery drivers to pivot repair companies to veterinarians, to taxing authorities to car dealerships to co-ops. You can see how far and wide farming impacts the economics of a community. I have included a document, which I will get to you guys, from the Department of Energy on the actual generated capacity of solar developments and development of what is typically not stated when the developers sell their project to a community. We also must ask the critical question about fairness and intent. Recently, proposed commercial solar projects in Knox and Cass County were denied by their commissioners. Let's consider the Cass County project. If a project is not deemed appropriate in or near an urban area where energy demand is the highest, why are rural counties like York County being targeted? The answer appears increasingly clear. Farmland is flat, open, and easier to develop. Many times, the landowners being approached to sell or lease their land do not live near the commercial facilities. It is those that have chosen to work the soil, preserve farming as we know it, enjoy the landscape, and raise our families to tolerate these facilities. Our farm ground presents fewer immediate barriers and less organized resistance, but that does not mean it is the right place for these projects. It simply means it is most convenient. Additionally, the imposed timelines, such as looming July deadlines for projects to be underway, are creating artificial urgency. This pressure risks forcing planning commissions into rushed decisions, whether through approving conditional use permits or hastily revising regulations without full consideration of long-term impacts.
We're creeping up on the.
Okay,
so
I
if
got
you have
one paragraph.
Okay.
Good land use should never be driven up by external deadlines set by developers or incentives. It should be guided by the community's long-term vision as outlined in your commission plan. And I will leave it at that. And I will get you a copy of her letter and her things that she included.
Just pass those around. Thank you. Dana Jackson, you've seen me before. 216 Road K, McCool Junction. Thank you for allowing me to speak. This solar energy generation systems damage study analysis includes studies by professional real estate appraisers. I've been concerned about the value of the land. These studies contradict the conclusion by solar developers appraisers. Solar systems are a detrimental condition, and I'm listing some of the detrimental conditions. They first adversely impact adjacent property values by at least minus 6.0% to 30.1%. Inefficient as intermittent solar power will not generate X megawatts of energy 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Please understand, megawatt rating is not a constant flow of electricity. Maximum output, 1 hour at noon on a sunny day, less the other 23 hours. For a full capacity of 16% to 23%. Inefficient in that solar systems require 75 times more land. Increased pollution with backup generation emissions to throttle up and down. Only feasible with taxpayer incentives and tax credits. Environmental damages are long-term with hazardous waste and heavy metals that leach from solar panels into groundwater. Disruption of the agricultural economy. Please gain knowledge about complex interplay of solar on the ecological, environmental, and cultural dynamics of a farming community as solar companies woo officials for siting approvals with promises of jobs and revenue. My last point is the decommissioning plan must be given to all landowners in writing. Without a plan, land could become riddled with dead solar panels to become the next superfund for taxpayers. Thank you to the Zoning Planning Board. It is vital to keep the half-mile setbacks from non-participating property lines for the health, safety, and welfare of our community in Hayes Township. These detrimental conditions are numerous to affecting our community. This is about families that live, work, and love the land. We are blessed, and may you be blessed with the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Johnson, Henderson. I got some stuff that will kind of fit in with this. We're talking on our solar panels for this 3,000 or plus acres, somewhere between 620,000 to 800,000 solar panels. With an efficiency, if we've heard, up to 18%, maybe 23%. If the sun shone 24/7, a solar panel would only be 20 to 25% efficient. The reason why is because once they reach the temperature of 77 degrees, the panel drops its energy by 0.4% to 4.5%. One of my main concerns is the batteries. We are looking at somewhere between 70 to over 100 batteries. The size, they're 40-foot long, 8.5 to 9.5 feet tall. They need to be placed where they're at least above the 100-year floodplain. And they will probably take up to somewhere between 10 to 25 acres for all those batteries. And a lot of the companies that insure those batteries, they're wanting a 15 to 25 foot spacing between them for fire protection. The battery, to maintain one of the batteries, which is called the best, is somewhere between 10 to 15% of what the solar field produces. So if a solar field produces roughly 25% efficiency, it takes up to 15% of that to maintain the battery, to keep it cool. The cooling systems that I found is two. They use an HVAC system, which keeps it cool, try to maintain around the 70 to 80 degree temperature on the batteries. What causes a fire in these batteries is they get real hot and they start a fire. And it's been known to take up 1.5 million gallons of water in a 50-hour period to put out a battery fire. And so they were kind of recommending that if the minimum storage of water storage by this battery facility is at least 30,000 gallons, the minimum storage. Other than that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Stephanie Jacobson, 1302 Road 3, McCool. I wasn't going to talk today, but sitting back in the corner watching everybody, felt inclined to. I am born and raised in Omaha, lived there 29 years, chose to move out here with my husband. We live on his family farm, has been in his family since 1890, raising our three kids, 2 boys and a little girl. They get to enjoy quiet, peaceful country life. We don't get that in the city. I grew up there. It's a very different life, but I wouldn't choose anything else for my kids. Like Jim said earlier, the town of McCool is thriving with young families and young kids. Doing this is going to hurt that. We live across from the Catholic camp. Kids drive from all over Nebraska to come enjoy a sense of what we have in McCool, the quiet, the farmland. I get to listen to kids singing over there and enjoying and laughing all summer long. Doing this is going to take that away from those kids. This community is based on farm. Like somebody said earlier, solar is not a farm, it's industry, and it doesn't belong in McCool. It doesn't belong in York County. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hoover. I live at 703 Kingsley Avenue here in York. I've heard a lot of testimony today and prior to today concerning the solar project here in York County. It can be confusing, but my concern is for the property owners. There was not a solar project when most of them bought the land there. It was not even in planning stage when the property was purchased. The land wasn't purchased to live next to an industrial complex. And this is exactly what it is, an industrial complex and not a neighborhood. I'm a daughter, a sister, a wife, a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, and a friend. I would not want any of my family or friends to not come and visit me in my older age because of where my home is located.
Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Caleb Geese. I'm here representing OPPD this morning. Wanted to start out and say, thank you to everybody in this process, of course. And I think if people were to sit down and have a conversation, they'd agree on the vast, vast majority of things, and that any disagreements that we have are actually quite small. I've only been in York about 1.5 years working on this project, which I realize is the blink of an eye for the county's history and for the residents here who have very rich agricultural roots, which I myself share back in my own hometown. I've had the opportunity to sit down at the kitchen table with people who've chosen to be in this project, people's neighbors. And they believe that they've done the research, that they are making the decision that they think is best for their family, for their farm, and for the future generations. Their reasons for participating are vast and varied. A lot of them see this as, or not a lot of them, but some of them have said that this is the only way that they view that they can keep this ground in the family farm and to continue their agricultural roots. So much information has been stated here today, but we have had a lot of conversations, each commissioner and myself. And even though we disagree on some things, I would like to thank you and trust that you are doing what you believe is best for your county. So, thank you.
Sign up the order to speak.
Hi there, folks. Chris Johnson, 1003 East Avenue, York, Nebraska. I'm speaking as a private citizen today, but I'm also Chief Deputy County Attorney here. I myself am neither for nor against the solar. The reason I come today is because York County is a wonderful place to live. York County is filled with wonderful people and people who care about their community. That's evident today, hearing from the individuals who are, like Ms. Jacobson said, living on a family farm that has been in the family since 1890. There's not a lot of places in the United States that you can find that. Ultimately, what this board is deciding, though, is not regarding what is known as the K-Junction project. It's not the items that are specifically in the K-Junction project. What this board is deciding is what does the future of solar look like in York County. So whatever decision this board makes, whether that's whatever those zoning items look like, I would encourage the board to think past what is the obvious thing directly in front, which is the current project, and think this board is setting the rules for all solar in the entire county for whatever project might come. whether that's the K Junction Solar Project or whether it turns into the Benedict project or the Waco project or the Gresham project or anything like that. I would encourage this board to make it evident that this is setting precedent for the entire county and for all items, not specifically for this solar project. Thank you.
Thank you. Others that would like to speak during the public comment?
Good morning. Gene Jackson, Hayes Township. I believe we've heard enough about the half-mile setbacks from the property lines. Another thing that I brought my illustration with here, so they're gonna bury the wire at 40 inches. What they'll do is bury it at 45. This is the minimum 4-gauge wire that 800,000 panels will be hooked to. If that's not all removed, this ground will not be farmed ever again. It's that simple. But another important thing, I've attended a few hearings. We tend to ask other counties what they've used or what they've done. At one of those hearings, we heard one of our neighboring counties said that they had a fully funded escrow account of $50 million. It had to be funded before construction began. That would be an excellent idea. Another person we heard at one of those hearings from the western part of Nebraska was a highway superintendent. He was also the zoning administration. He said there's no amount of money that could repair the damage done to the roads after a construction project like this. If you follow me to the second page of this handout I gave you, this is a recent study done by the University of Nebraska. You'll see it's the spring of 2025. You can find York County on there. Obviously, it shows that the water in this county is declining. They checked one of my wells. I can verify that it is declining. The second page, it talks about the state of Nebraska, 62% of the wells, over 5,000 of them, are in decline. Water's getting short here. Water, water, water. Very important. The third page, are you familiar with what a memorandum lease is? All it means is that there's another lease that exists somewhere else. It has none of the details, the finer details of what this organization has signed in this county. These are registered over here in the county clerk's office. This is a page from one of those memorandum leases. If you follow me down to item E, it says drilling, digging, and excavating one or more wells on the property. How many wells? Did anybody ask that? How many wells are they gonna drill? How deep are they gonna drill? How big are these wells gonna be? Water, water, water. The important thing about this, go back to the half-mile setbacks. All these acreages, we have our own private wells. If you go down to a few hundred feet, how close to those people's private wells are they gonna be drilling? Are they gonna drill 50, 100, 150 wells? They don't say. They won't tell. We've asked them about this. Well, we don't know. Maybe why? Maybe we want to wash our hands. So much for that. Another point I'd like to point out is in York County, it's been 4 months since the last election. Industrial Solar lost that election by 57%. Thank you.
Thanks. Others that would like speak during the public forum, public comment?
Yeah, recess.
Seeing none get up, we will close the public forum at this time. We've had a request for a recess, so we'll take 5 minutes and then we'll dive into the rest of our agenda. Thank you.
I'm supposed to pay income tax. What you really need to do, please, to be more open in what you're doing before you do it. Yeah, ever since we have, we don't have any more.
Oh, they're on file.
What's your goal? What is it?
I signed my document.
Right.
I did probably say that I was referring to others.
I have
Before you do something. When you have time,
So I
guys are out there floating around. Think we're stupid? Because if you ask the question, they explain. And then the other thing is, when they start surveying and digging, you'll be moving around, there's no rock on there, all they have to do is go survey, there's no rock from here to the water. They're out
Especially during all this, I don't like,
I know, it's right to be.
I said they were better. I didn't say they were perfect.
About a year or so later. I don't know if you talked to Joe, but if you did, obviously get out.
I noticed it. There were certain designs that get disrespectful to everybody. Disrespectful. I know that. That's what everybody out there's talking about. But they're all talking about disrespect. And he's sitting there and laughing at you. Disrespectful. So I can tell you what I think, and you'll listen.
You the security guard today?
I saw Beverly Martin. He don't care. You disrespect. The role of the time. Making a face for thing on
Oh, wow. It's gonna be a tight race.
No, everybody. Well, he needs to learn.
I don't know how. Oh, we're excited for you. Yeah. I'm gonna end the show.
No, you were so different. You started.
I'll bring my little.
The city had their comprehensive plan, you walked in with your whole. disrespect me, and disrespect the library board.
All these projects.
Rolling your eyes. Everybody's seeing it. Every time you disagree, but laughing at you. It's disrespectful. You don't have attention. You're so disrespectful. Once you you want respect, you gotta earn. You don't earn it. Rolling your eyes every time you see me, laughing. I know more. That's years old. Dynamic stuff.
I got an example of that.
Which then that's what it means, because that's where all words come from, and lack. Joe, you will never be in the Senate for a long time. United States Senate.
Down to ones that.
The book said.
See there all kinds of dry rain.
You can't take it.
Those are.
That has something to do with the rest.
What kind of water goes over all those roads, you gotta have, and there's no floodplains drawn amongst it. I've had enough trouble with government that I don't know.
Floodplains are one thing they actually do. It slows down. That's why she's over here telling me, it's like, are we gonna joke around and have a good time, or? Yeah, you too.
No. It's all right. Well, I'll push some out. Thank you. You gotta, I'm trying. You gotta try me something, you know? I have to get to poetry. I do not, I'm poetry. Oh my God. It's open all ages. Okay, so we're
Oh, yeah.
My payroll and vendor, I think, will be better.
There you go. Yeah, this was just public comment. Got it. Discussion.
Yes.
I just want to introduce you to Felicity. She was the one that you'll be meeting today. She does have class at 10:45.
Well, you should be next, right? Fairly quickly there. We're at what, 10:30, so we'll just dive in and do that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You bet, yeah.
All right. Better get hold of these.
I was on this.
All the people.
It's like this.
We had a lot of fun. We had a good board. We had a lot of really
All right.
Somebody.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
I could go back to that.
Sure.
I know how it works.
That's not a problem.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, so, anyway, I found this.
That'll be really good.
So, man,
That's what it says.
and like, with the old men that gotta remember.
See, I didn't come in much earlier this morning. So I'm not on the distribution.
The old guy. Back when people actually have.
I've had lots of.
Somewhere back there.
There was actually some respect.
What's your name? Hi, my name's Alex.
Other little meetings that I.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, and no one knows. I
I got it.
But I like texted this morning because I was right now.
Tell Lori.
Anyway. Well, you know, so, or maybe so, your county visitors.
Yes, I just wanted to invite you to those meetings. I cannot make it work, because I could really to the other side of the
Which ones? The, like the train?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, we're not doing them this week. All right, we'll come back into session. Sorry, were you ready?
No, absolutely.
Okay. All right. We do have members from the York County Visitors Bureau here. We do have that here. So we're just going to jump down and to those two items if we could. So we'll ask Alex to come on up and. Whichever direction you want to go first. So if we want to talk about your guest with us, let's do that first.
Yep, Alex Sadoff, York County Visitors Bureau. I'm here to introduce you to Felicity Johnson. We have gone through a couple interviews together. She has met with the board, and I think she would make a fantastic fit for our intern. She is looking to stay at least until the August. So that would get us through the summer season and reach that mark about that time for evaluation for the board. Do you want to tell them a little bit?
Yeah, I'm originally from Sutton, so I grew up in this area, and then I moved there to Henderson in about 6th grade. So I grew up there, been there for like 8 years. Really involved in the community. I've loved living there. Have a lot of people who live in Bradshaw and McCool. So I'm really comfortable with the community. I love supporting it, love getting to know people from all over, and I would just love to help out and have an impact on people around me.
Very good. Are you currently enrolled at here in?
At York University.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be
very good.
graduating in 3 weeks.
Okay, excellent. What are you studying?
Business administration.
And you said you did meet with the board and everything that good there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thoughts, comments from the board?
We did meet at our last meeting, and then we have a meeting again tomorrow, 7 a.m. I assume she'll be around, or maybe she won't be around. So I'm guessing we'll get a little bit more of a fill-in on what you've all been doing over the last few days or months, whatever you want to say, since she's been around. So I think it looks like Alex found somebody, obviously it's connected to York University, but yet has the county connection. And so I think it's great for the time being.
So I just did want to touch on that. We have not had first day until after this meeting. I wanted to make sure that this was the right fit and that we weren't overstepping or anything.
Sure, very good.
I guess, quick question for you, Alex. What's the focus of the internship gonna be? I mean, what, are there certain areas or projects that have been slated, I guess?
What we need to start with first is our filing system, making sure that we have all of the grants that we've previously also applied for in the past 20 years. That is something that I think is very lax. We just have it's taking up a lot of space in our building, but also getting pictures, getting testimonials from community members in attendance at events. is really big for our marketing efforts. And then also this gives me the opportunity to have someone in the office while I go out to the traveling offices in Gresham, Waco, Benedict, and all over.
Very good. We did have it on here as discuss and act, so I would entertain a motion to allow Alex to continue forward. I think that we had approved the position, and so she just wanted to bring her forward to make the introduction. And I'm sorry, your name has left me.
It's okay, Felicity.
Felicity, thank you so much. So yeah.
I'd move for approval.
Okay.
Second.
Perfect. All right. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Robertson.
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes.
Gross.
Yes. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate you all.
All right, thank you so much. And then I do have another set.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. All right, and then this is to discuss an improvement grant for Wessel's Living History Farm. This grant was approved unanimously from my board, and it was for $22,000. This is to repair their HVAC system at the farm. So
Good morning and thank you for your attention. I'm Tom Landmesser, 1014 Road B, Henderson, Nebraska. Currently the president of the board for Wessel's Living History Farm. Very involved in creating this grant request of $22,000. Three things involved. The HVAC system in the house failed last summer. To protect and make an environment for our guests, we need to have that 22-year-old system redone totally. Additionally, we have a 14-foot Dempster annual oil windmill that the bearings have failed at the bottom of it. The brake system has failed on it. And if it's not repaired, it's A, a safety problem, and B, a historic artifact that we would lose, along with a tank house that supports that. Next to it, it's a demonstration of the old spring house concept on the farm. And then finally, our signage along Highway 81 just needs to be refurbished after 20 years. So those are the main projects that this $22,000 would get. I want to bring forward, this is Shauna Bigelow, our director. She has put together over 11 events this summer. We just recently had an Easter event with 60-mile-an-hour winds and still had over 100 adult guests and 120 youth guests. It's an asset for this community, for this county, those people from the entire county. So I appreciate the board's support and consideration. Thank you.
As the new director out there, I'm very new, sorry, Shauna Bigelow. I'm very new to Wessel's, but everything that we are trying to do out there is really important for the community, and having the new HVAC is important on keeping everything in the house, not only from deteriorating, but wanting people to come visit us. If it's 100 degrees in the house, who's gonna wanna come visit and look at what's inside? I sure want it, so that's really important. Having that well fixed is not only a safety thing, but it's when you come to the farm, it's one of the first things that you notice is the well, so getting that fixed is really important. And then the signage, when you drive past it, it's very dingy, it's very old. When you're like, what is that? I don't even know. So getting that fixed so that people know that we are a good part of the community, we want to look and be represented well, and having good signage out front will help with that, I think.
So the board did look at it, commissioners, and obviously the past of Wessel's and what Mr. Wessel did years ago to leave this behind. The Wessel's has had kind of an up and down history. It appears to be on kind of an upswing now. We got a lot of stuff going and it's time to fix. And we felt like that fixing some of these things up was exactly what that money is set aside to do. it is one of our few spots that people come from away to come and visit and stop and see. So, and plus the fact, just a reminder, we pay on receipts. I believe he had one for HVAC that may have been a little bit high. And so as those bills come in, they may not be quite as bad, but those are the three areas that we said we would support and help once that's done. So we felt like it was a great project to help out. And there's plenty of money. Not that it should matter, but I think last I seen,
For our
Improvement.
meeting tomorrow, we have $375,000. And $100,000 of that is allocated to the York Auditorium. But other than that, that is the only source of anything that we have to pay out of that fund.
thank you, Alex.
Other thoughts or questions? Motions to move forward?
Move to approve the improvement grant for Wessel's Living Farm.
Second.
At the amount that the board approved, 22,000?
Yeah, correct, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, any other discussion? Roll call.
Bowman,
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Gross.
Yes. All right, we'll continue on with our agenda.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
As far as I know at this time, we will not need a executive session, and there are no general assistance cases. So next up, review and approve payroll and vendor claims.
I don't know that there was anything in there that was striking.
Right.
But we did get the report, obviously, we're 3/4 of the way through the budget year now. And we have some of the funds that are, well, one in particular is way over, and that's county court. We knew it was gonna be. And then, of course, we're gonna have to reopen up the budget this year. So hopefully the budget committee can find some time here in the next couple of weeks when we can to draw a path to get to the end of this budget year. But we've got some of the funds, they should be, like I say, in that 3/4, 75%. Some of them are right there. So those are definitely the funds that those department heads and or elected officials are gonna have to watch it because they're right there. And we got 3 months to go. But I didn't see anything else that was.
Right, yeah.
We got one more billing from the fire sprinkler. And then you've seen that our Harvard project that we've been doing for a couple of years now. It's got one more room, I believe it starts yet this month, and that's the county court, district court, shared room upstairs, and that will be quite an adventure because all those filing cabinets have to be unloaded and that stuff has to be in a locked and secured place, and it'll make for an interesting room, but once we're done, then we're done. So that claim was in here, I believe, for just over $4,000 for the last one.
Nope.
I did notice we do have a few new names, and maybe I just missed them in the past for court-appointed counsel. Do we know how, and maybe Gary can answer this, some of these newer names due to our public defender overload?
Correct.
That's what I assumed, but I thought we need to ask the question.
And I think the fact we're going so much further now too, right? I mean, I think that some of these are attorneys out of Lincoln and Grand Island that we have to go further.
Yep.
That is correct. And then you see the long list of the juries.
Yeah.
I would, unless there's any questions that I'm interrupting, I would move that we approve the payroll and vendor claims for the period.
I would second that.
Perfect. Any other discussion? Roll call.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Gross.
Yes. We do have some funds that we have to keep an eye on. We talked about the budget authority, some of the funds we just need to keep an eye on. We've got a path forward on that, so I don't think there's any funding transfers that we have to do today. We will, as we look towards the end of the budget year, there's a few budgeted transfers that we'll need to clean up here, but we'll do that at another meeting. On our agenda, there is discuss and act on York County Weeds Program assessment. Ernie is not here today with us, so I would ask for postponement on that item until the 28th meeting.
Would make the motion to postpone.
Thank you.
Second.
Any discussion about that? Roll call.
Bowman,
Yes.
Obermeyer,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Brooks.
Yes. All right, discuss and act on interlocal agreement with Fillmore County for law enforcement software by Zerker Central Square. I think Josh is here to give us a quick rundown. It was also uploaded there so everybody can take a look at it.
Josh Gillespie, York County Sheriff's Department. This is just a simple interlocal agreement between us and Fillmore County. This would be adding them to our current interlocal, which we already share software with multiple counties, including Butler, Seward, Saline, us, and it will now add Fillmore County to this agreement. This is a similar agreement that we have signed in the past. We've recently added David City, Milford, Creek PD. So it's just an addendum to the MOU, and it's the same form as the one that we've signed in the past. So just, I would entertain any questions that you guys might have.
This seemed to be a fairly long process to get them on board. Did all the questions from all the legal counsels get answered? Obviously, this is a short agreement for as long as it seemed to take. Did that get all rectified?
Right, we're still working through the full MOU at this point. And so as we work through that, we're just going to add them in through this addendum as we have with other agencies before. And so we're still working through the longer MOU with legal counsels and things along those lines. So each party is going through and talking to their counsels at this point to get to that. We're trying to get to come to a close here shortly. So we're trying to get that done by the end of May. And then we will be presenting that one to the board, which will be the longer version.
Perfect.
Move to approve the addendum to the interlocal agreement with Fillmore County for the software they share with from Zucker Central Square.
Thank you.
Second.
Perfect. Further discussion? Roll call.
Bowman,
Yes.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Brooks.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
All right. Next up in front of us, discuss and act on zoning regulations. Last time, when we had a full board, we went through and discussed class 1, 2, and 3. We had a number of ideas tossed around. We came fairly close, I think, on agreement on those classes. Class 4, then there was some discussion. That's really the one where the most differences are at. I did go through, Nate had reworked the setback spreadsheet, our chart. I went back through and rewatched comments and kind of updated some more on that. So I think we will want to rediscuss some of that just to make sure that we're all in agreement that what we put down is where we're at. Yeah.
Oh, you've got it.
So, knowing that we somewhat came to an agreement on class 1, 2, and 3, I wonder, rather than rehashing that, if we just dive in and start talking about class 4 And then we'll go back and relook at some of the questions that we had on class 1, 2, and 3. So what's everybody's thoughts on class 4?
Daniel, a question on possibly how we think we're gonna proceed today.
Sure.
Obviously, we're gonna talk about, all of them, or class 4 for sure, and hone in on what we will come to a conclusion on these. Now, are we going to set this in stone today? Do you see coming up with these numbers and setting it in stone on the 28th, or how do you see that, process playing out? I know that at our last planning and zoning meeting where we were all able to attend and a large amount of public was here for that meeting too, it was talked about possibly going back and going back to them and another recommendation. So if we do something like that, are we really setting things in stone yet? Or how do you foresee, or how would you like to see things work, I should say?
Sure. I think, so going down that route, we've had, and I'm willing to listen to what the board and what the whole board feels. If we can come to an agreement on what we think should be the document, if we can do that today, I don't know that we can necessarily, I don't feel comfortable doing a resolution and saying today, this is the zoning, we're done, it's over. If we can come to an agreement on this is the document today, then I would say we'd look at a couple different paths. If we come up with, as we have kind of discussed last time, that really the zoning board's document is all right. It's the setbacks that we have sticking point on. If we come to that agreement and we come up with setbacks that we all agree on, then I would foresee at the very least a public hearing. And I would say that one thing, and I guess I'll just toss that out there for feedback. If so far the changes that we've somewhat agreed to on class 1, 2, and 3, I don't think they're that much different from what the Planning and Zoning Board has presented. There's a few that were shortened, a few that were widened. What I would foresee is having a joint public hearing, inviting the Planning and Zoning Board to attend that that public hearing with us, and then allowing them to give their feedback to us as well. And then not at that meeting, but at let's say then the very next scheduled board meeting of this commission would be when we would have it on as a discuss and act on adopting a resolution for solar zoning regulations. Now, if we venture way away on class 4 from what they gave to us, I feel that we need their feedback. I've heard the comments back that, the board's the same. So really, are we going to get anything different from them? And so they've looked at it, they've done their research. If we significantly change the setbacks from what they've recommended, I just feel that it's in our best interest to allow them to offer their opinions. Now, if we want to just stay at that same public hearing process, if this board feels that's fine, that's fine. My recommendation would be we'll just hit the elephant in the room. It's been thrown out there at 660. If we say non-participating dwellings at 660, I feel they should have a chance to look at it. That's the way I feel. But if this board feels differently, I'm fine with just doing the joint public hearing.
I think it'd be a perfect opportunity when we get all in the same room together, even though we was here recently all in the same room together. But as an adjoining boards, that would be an opportunity to talk about those things.
Sure.
And see, because they have had, a couple opportunities to look at it. And so then at least we can explain to each other what we feel. I know there's probably been, I know on my part, there's been communication, with them.
Yep.
And they've explained to me, but maybe, as a whole board, we can get together and explain and do something. So yeah, I'm totally on board with doing something like that.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine with me as well. Regardless of the changes we make, having a joint public hearing sounds like a good idea to me. And yeah, just to get this is the document.
Sure, right.
Let's take a look at it, discuss.
Thoughts, Deb?
I agree.
I definitely agree with the public hearing. If we change anything coming out of the zoning, that to me is a must. I've got very mixed feelings and mixed conversations with zoning board members about pulling them back in after we've asked them on 2 different occasions to take time and do the due diligence, which I feel they thoroughly did, and then drag them along with our document and put them in front of the public and say, hey, how do you guys feel about what they just did? I have a little bit of consternation about that, I guess. So I guess if it's our document that we're producing, it's our public hearing, leave those guys out. If we want them to review it, great. I don't necessarily know that they need to review it as a public hearing. I think ultimately, if we're changing the document, we need to bear the brunt of the public hearing as a board and need to leave them out because they've already done their job.
That's correct.
Unless they want it back.
Unless they want it. I'm sure we can offer it to them.
Yeah.
I don't see their attitude changing, nor should it.
I had reached out to them this last week just to ask them and only heard back from 2, but the 2 that I did hear back definitely said they wanted it back.
Okay.
So, but that's not everybody, but I think there should be more than an email or a text. I think there should be a conversation, whether it be between the chairs, vice chairs, or whatever. I think there should be that conversation exactly if they don't want in on it. It's always been our document. It's just like the Visitors Bureau that was here in front of us. They are recommendations to us. So that's always been, our deal too. I think there are, and not to get too far in the weeds, I think there are some things that this LB 663 is going to bring about that we give them more authority to do certain things. And I think that's a great thing. To allow them to do. Now, a project or something like this, undoubtedly, I think it needs to come back to the elected official. Okay, that's what I wanted to know is kind of the path and how we have the path kind of beat out in our minds. I know we're all looking for an end. It's been 4 years. I know that we hear different dates get thrown out, but it was 2022 when we started this in April up at the Cornerstone Center at the fairgrounds. And so, yes, it is definitely time to find our way to the end. Daniel, you talked a little bit about, you threw out what you call the elephant, 660 is something that undoubtedly I have been for. I don't know that I need to go down the same road that we just went down again. Most people know where we stood and where we have stood. I would say that on the non-participating dwellings, that if there can be a subcategory in there, and I don't know if this is achievable or not, throwing it out there, but if a dwelling, an acreage is totally surrounded by it, then I'm willing to say that let's go back to the 1320. Let's go back to a quarter versus an acreage that's on the outside of it. So, and I know in this case here, at least the map I got, we're talking about 2 places that would affect this, but this would be, as Chris pointed out, the regulations we're coming up with are for the county as a whole. So, in that respect, I would say if somebody is completely encircled by it,
I think 330 is too far for property line.
No, participating dwelling.
Oh, dwelling, okay. Yeah, I was about to say.
We're
Dwelling's
at 75 feet, right? On,
Class 4.
Class 4 participating dwelling you're talking about.
I looked at the wrong one. Okay, yes.
Okay, so, yeah, and I agree, I think there should be something, I mean, again, we've got in there that if they want it closer, they can, and so if
Right.
they absolutely want it on their doorstep,
They can allow them to come
it.
closer.
But I think from our standpoint, it would probably be smart to have something in there as a
little bit more.
So, and Joe, you talked about the non-participating property, right?
Yeah, just the property line rather than the dwelling.
Right, so
I'm
you
okay
wanna-
with having large buffers for the dwelling. That's why I was okay with 660, even though that's already pretty far, as anyone who went out and, you know, took a look. Obviously, as we heard in public comment, the cones are not super easy to see, so I had someone come out on a pickup, park sideways on the road and stand up on top to sort of get, you know, the height and whatever else, although that would be taller than a solar panel by a good margin. But just try to get a feel for it. And I feel like I'm okay with going pretty far for dwelling, but it just seems like a lot of wasted land to do it from just a property line, not a dwelling, to do such a large setback. And I don't know why we would need to, you know, double it from our class 2 or class 3 from the property line. I'm not sure what, again, I have, of course, have argued in every single meeting that I don't know why it would need to be further than any other building would need to be from the road or the property line. But from the dwelling, clearly this has been the sticking point for everyone. So I'm willing to make a compromise on the dwelling part. I just think that it's a little bit, it's even more overreach when we're just talking about the property line. So I think 330 is too much. I'd be okay with matching the 150 from the other ones. That would be fine with me. Obviously, I would prefer if we just, you know, whatever the standard setback is plus screening, that's perfectly fine with me as well, but that hasn't been popular.
Right, sure.
I
So,
think one of the reasons that's not popular is because we've got we can all research the heat signatures coming off this. I know what heat does to crops. Anyone that farms on the highways knows what the heat does to their crops. 330 to me is still fairly too close. I mean, we're going to have yield impact on $10,000+ an acre farm ground of non-participating landowners, and
I don't think the evidence shows that.
right.
If I thought that was true, then I would probably agree with you.
Right, and
But I
that-
do not
that's-
think that's true.
And that, I will respect that you don't think that's true. However, I, as a farmer, I can tell you it is true. Over here, I farm behind NPPD. So they have a parking lot right up next to my farm ground. And those rows next to that, now this is a parking lot that holds the staging area for poles and transformers, et cetera, et cetera. And there is a definite yield loss next to that facility. So now we can argue how far that goes, but it is definitely a yield drop. And so you cannot, like 50 feet, you are affecting every farmer
58
in
plus
York County. And so
So
that's where we have to, I mean, as a farmer who's out there knowing what it looks like when I'm running the combine along the places where there's buildings, where there's large areas, I can tell you it will be a yield drop. And so I know you don't believe that, but I've seen it. And so that's why I feel we have to have some sort of buffer there.
And I experienced the same thing with a farm that lays right alongside of the airport. There is over 330 feet of grass. I don't know an exact figure from between my first row of corn and the actual pavement of the airstrip. And it consistently, I've got yield maps that can show consistently yield increasing the farther away from that heat. It gets so bad that sometimes, especially if we have a heavy aerial season like we did last year, where it's hot enough that it browns the edges of the brome grass. So the effect of heat is real. Being able to quantify it accurately right now seems to be the only decision that needs to be made, but I can guarantee you 330 feet from non-participating does affect the crop yield of an adjacent field.
When we talk about any number, we're using 330 right now.
Sure.
When we talk about any number, one thing I don't think we've clarified yet is PL property line.
Yep.
To what? To the screening, to the first solar panel? What do we expect that number to be a setback for?
I would think it'd be the screening, would it not?
Well, I can, if we're gonna have the screening, I would say it could be, the screening could be within that 330 feet. So the 330 feet would be property line to the first panel.
That would give you the 330 feet or whatever that number is to have the screening, the fencing, whatever security, the perimeter they have. And I'm sure they're gonna have a roadway or something around, I would guess too, to be able to get to these panels, at least up and down, stuff like that. So, okay. Defaulting to Daniel and Andy on this one, I think that as we have been given plenty of research today, and I'm sure as anybody's done their own research, this wonderful thing we call the internet, you can go out and find whatever side of the argument you want to find. And, because some will say no, some will say it's a lot more than that, and defaulting a little bit to the expertise of seeing what we're seeing here. With 330 feet with the screening in between there, would that?
Right.
I mean, from what I've read, that's right in there to where it gets back to ambient. But then I also read an article once that said it's a half mile, and I don't know that.
That's measurable okay. Yeah, okay, never mind.
So, but that's what I'm trying to say, Joe, is there's different, depends on what side of the fence you want to stand on and what article you want to read and what you want to believe.
I mean, you're right. You can find something that will agree with you.
Right.
But I'm just saying, I don't think there's strong evidence that solar fields do really negatively affect the yields around them. I don't think there's evidence for that. We of course got a letter that said that, soybeans with 1 degree, but solar panels don't increase the temperature by 1 degree Celsius. That's like within the solar field itself. If you have screening and you have distance, it drops off exponentially. So, it's, I don't know. If you,
So the
you can't
330
feel the difference at all, if you can barely detect the difference at all, I just don't think there's strong evidence that, we need to be 330 or whatever else. And if we need to be 330, then why is it not 330 for every class? I don't think it needs to be 330 for any of them, because I don't think that it has this effect that it decreases it by the large numbers that we're hearing. It's going to cost tens of thousands of dollars.
Well, I think the argument that not have a 330 on the smaller classes are because now we're dropping down on the size. We're dropping down to 4 acre plots, or, in York County, you can have a 2 acre plot to hold a home, legally owned, 2 acres, put a home on it. And if you make it 330, then you're just eliminating the fact that they can do anything there. That's why, in my mind, the lower ones are less. Here we're talking about, a larger, an array of quarter section full, and there's got to be a difference. There just has to be, and so.
And so to your point there, Joe, think you talked about in the middle of a solar array is where it's warmer.
That's where you get that's where it
So-
maximizes.
If I have a parcel of land, 80 acres, in the middle of a section, so land's divided normally in 4 quarters, and then you can divide that again in 80s. So I could have it what in farmer talk an inside 80. I could have solar panels all the way around. So the 80 beside me, the 80 on the other side of me, the quarter behind me, and the quarter on the other side of me. So I could have an 80 completely surrounded. So now I've got solar panels on every side. And so if we don't provide some buffer, then I've got yield drag on every side of that 80. And so now my profitability has tanked because I've got all this heat on every side of me. Now, I mean, that is a possibility. It can happen.
What I'm saying is that when I say inside a solar panel, I don't mean surrounded by solar panels. I mean like I believe the 6 studies, they say 1 meter away because it's science, so they use communist measurements like meters. But it's the 1 meter away. That's where like usually that like first measurement is taken, and then it goes on from there, and then they have you can look at the graphs or whatever else, and it gets down to 0.1 and then 0.01 and whatever else degrees Celsius. I just don't think there's strong evidence that, I mean, obviously I'm not advocating for 0 buffer, even with no extra setbacks. It's got a pretty sizable buffer plus screening, whatever else. That's where I'm at.
So we had discussed on churches, schools, cemeteries, state rec. We kind of discussed maybe we could find some common ground on 330 schools, maybe at 660. I don't know if we want to talk about those or if we want to just dive in and talk about the non-participating dwellings. The one that is a little bit of an interest is interesting is the plat subdivisions. I did talk to Nate or send him an email, just kind of looking at where those would be. We really currently have a number of true platted subdivisions. We can do a minor plat, and that'd be kind of the ones that we've been looking at. Then a true platted subdivision would be one that would be out there with roads and parceled off for different lots for people to build on. The two that would kind of maybe make you think about are actually 3 really, like Spring Lake, Quail Cove, Lockridge Acres. Those are places that were lotted off with roads. So those are really the ones that are out there. If they're really, they kind of would fall into the non-participating dwelling if we didn't have that in there at all. So that's kind of an interesting one to think about. I don't know how we want to.
I don't know how we separate the two.
Right.
They're living out in the country, no different than everyone else.
Yep.
Yeah, they just agreed to have closer neighbors.
Right. And if the subdivision wanted to have, they wouldn't be signing up for a class 4, so that'd really fall down to the class 1 or 2 where I was going, or 2 or 3 where I was going was if they wanted to be self-sustaining or whatever. Then those landowners their association or whatever are agreeing with it. So, that really doesn't affect us anyway.
Yeah, the platted subdivisions, I mean, obviously it's hard to always think about all of them. There's a couple more, Saks Lake, and then we have one out here northeast of town. I think those are much bigger acreages out there, maybe 10 to 20 acres is what they are. But on that one there, I would say that if we're just whatever we feel like, the non-participating, that just flows right into that.
That makes sense. To me.
And as far as you touched, the churches and the schools, the cemeteries, the state rec areas, the numbers that we had touched on last time, I'm fine with those if we're at that. And we kind of varied away from the non-participating property. And once again, I'm fine with that 330 on that also. So in my view, from my opinion is that, the one left for me is the non-participating dwellings is left. Unless we need to go one at a time to say, okay, does everybody agree, disagree, or where are we at on that? Or is it 3, 2, 4, 1, whatever?
Sure.
The number is.
Randy, I'd agree with you, except I have a real struggle with not treating schools and churches like the non-participating dwellings because, especially the schools, unless you're gonna opt a kid out, they've got to go there. They need the same protection as a homeowner.
From what danger? That's my issue. What danger? Like I guess I get the visual thing, but that's a whole separate conversation. Protection from what danger?
Flying glass, pollution. I mean, as much as you want to deny it, it's real. It is a real risk. I don't know how many times in my school career did we get put in the tornado shelter because there's a tornado close. I mean, an average sized tornado in our county will throw those things miles. Half miles too close, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. So why stop at half mile? Exactly.
So
Because I'm trying to be realistic about it.
So maybe let's just dive in and talk about, see if there's any way we can come to an agreement on the non-participating dwellings, and then the others we can, depending on where we fall on the non-participating dwellings, we can talk about the churches and schools. I guess cemeteries, state recs, are we okay thinking in that 330 range? The state recreation areas, I suppose, like Kirkpatrick Wildlife Basin.
If there was a disaster next to Kirkpatrick Basin, we would never fix that problem, ever.
Sure. Yep.
And that would be straight down to our groundwater. You would never fix that issue.
What would be in our groundwater?
Yeah. Now, the state recs, would the NRDs be considered in on that too?
I suppose, right, yeah,
because we
so
have
recharge.
and we have, east of town. Homestead, Overland. South of the new sewer plant.
Right.
Without naming property or names, it's right there. There's a cemetery right there too.
Yeah, I can't say what it is.
I think it's Overland Trail or
That might be
Homestead
right.
Trail. Or
Oh, I think
Trail,
it's Overland. Yeah.
I think our sheriff's department just found some people out there doing some naughty stuff.
Overland Trail recreational area.
So those would be considered in on this too. The NRVs would be in the state rec areas. And the number.
I'm with the zoning board 100%.
Okay. All right. So half on.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, non-participating dwelling. So half mile, we heard multiple support for that today. What's everybody's thoughts?
It's too far.
Does anybody have any of what I brought up about if a place is totally, does anybody have any feelings on that? Totally encapsulated versus not, or just stick with it? Andy, I know where you're at, 2640, so that takes care of that, I guess.
I could see what you're saying. I think there's, again, I'm okay with helping people out with their, individual situation, sort of. To me, that's more of a conditional use type thing, but I don't know. Anyway, but, with reducing visual impacts or whatever else for dwellings. However, I think we're just so far out of reasonable right now that it's like, we're up here, I feel like I could start negotiating down in this area, but we're way up in half mile. And to me, that's meant to be a ban. That's why, as you said last time, that's why there was a standing ovation when it passed the last time. And I think it's highly unrealistic, and we gotta have a really good reason if we're gonna say you can't have it at, any closer than a half mile. I don't think we have that reason.
We do have that reason. It follows the guidelines with all the commercial activity on farm ground that we currently have in zoning. That's the reason.
Within our actual zoning codes that were passed the last time, I think in 15, there is multiple call outs on, let me see if I can just find it. Within the agricultural district, the zoning is in place to minimize the effect on adjacent landowners.
Yes.
And so
that's what I'm asking for, is what the effect would be that would constitute, like, why we would need to have a half mile.
Right, so, and I think it's visual. And
Don't want to go down that road.
What's that?
Well, we also don't want to go down that road, because you should not be able to tell your neighbor what to not put on their property just based on your aesthetic preferences.
Right, and so it,
that's not a good reason for zoning.
Okay, but you can come in and say, you've lived here for 50 years. You moved out here for, because you enjoy the quiet of the country and the agriculture.
Yeah.
And so now just because we decide, okay, it can be right up next to you, 660 feet, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's where I
660 feet is
fully,
really far.
it's not though.
Yeah, it is.
It really is not.
We went out there to look, it's pretty far.
If to somebody that lives in the country, 660 feet is not very far. It really truly is not very far. If I look out my front window, I've got a farmland directly across out my window, and so a center point is a quarter of a mile. On not all of them, but the one that I look out my window and see, it's a quarter of a mile. And then the quarter edge is a half mile. So if I look out my window and I judge the distance between the center point and halfway, which would be 660, that's really close. It's really close.
Well, I mean, I guess these are subjective terms, which is why we're saying one's really saying it's really close and one's saying it's really far for the same distance. I guess when it says like affecting the property, to me, it's like you gotta have something more than visual. The thermal, as we've heard, the flying glass, that sort of stuff. I don't think those are real concerns that we have to be worried about. The chemicals, whatever else. We hear about cadmium. What about cadmium or whatever else? There isn't even cadmium in these solar panels. So I don't understand where that even comes from. It's not even in there. So,
Do you know the specs of the solar panels that we'll be placing on this farm?
well, if you want to get into that, we could just say that you can't have it if it has cadmium telluride in it. But modern solar panels do not have that. If you like, for example, the Scottsbluff thing that came up and that said, there's cadmium leaching into the fields or whatever else is what someone's post was. But if you actually look up the model of the solar panels there is no cadmium inside of them. There's none at all. So, yeah, I don't know. It's not a real concern.
So who provided you the model of the panel?
I looked it up myself. I looked up what the model is. What?
Where?
You can just like Google it.
So every solar farm in the United States uses one model.
Well, no, I'm saying that in that case, like that's where a lot of this fear comes from, and I don't think that it's founded on a solid foundation. Because in that case, it was just blatantly untrue. It's like we got to recognize what we're regulating. We're regulating solar panels. This is like a very inert type of thing. I don't know. I don't know if I could think of maybe less like impactful thing to live next to, as far as like, it doesn't use water. It doesn't, put stuff in the ground. I mean, except for wires, I guess, which.
Joe, let me give you a real quick history lesson. Roundup herbicide came out in the late 80s, early 90s. Safest thing on the market. You can drink the stuff. It's so safe. Use it on every acre. Bears about being bankrupt due to the lawsuits because of the cancer causing that were found 20 plus years ago, 30 plus years ago. So you like to talk a lot in absolutes about things that you've researched. There's a lot of stuff that is unknown about what's going on with these facilities, what's being used, the practices. No different than 100 years ago when feedlots went in. There was no regulations. There's nothing protecting people from those. And now all of a sudden we have to have half-mile setbacks because we found issues with them 30 plus years later. Now, my kids, I hope, live in this county forever. I know you've moved in here in the last 10 years or so, maybe my years are incorrect. I hope they stay here for their lifetime. I don't want them to have to be sitting on a board like this, worrying about how they're going to fix a problem that I was part of helping create. To me, if you want to do it the right way, and solar is such a great thing, and the future's so bright for it, let's put a 10-year moratorium on it. And then if in 10 years we decide it's a safe thing, let's go ahead and do it now.
I just don't think it'll ever be good enough.
It may not. It may very well probably won't be.
That's what I'm saying. It's a mindset thing, is what I'm saying. And we're talking about like we can know what's in the solar panels. We can require them to tell us whatever else if we wanted to. It's laminated glass essentially. A couple other components in there, the skin or whatever that actually collects the electrons or whatever else. But I think we're overcomplicating what should be a pretty simple thing to regulate, because there really aren't all these unknowns that we're saying that there's all these unknowns. I don't think that they're really unknown. You can look and see what a solar panel looks like after it gets hit by hail or whatever else. Remarkably strong, actually. The Scottsbluff one that was so famously destroyed or whatever else, I believe their hail was like 3 inches or something like that, 2.5, 3 inches, something like that. So that's pretty big. And they're up and running again and recycled all those. So that's where those toxic panels went, was they got recycled.
And there's issues in the soil.
What?
And there's issues in their soil.
I don't know if there is. I don't think there is. Maybe I should give them a call, actually. I'll figure it out.
My apologies to the rest of the commissioners. I just sit through this.
What, I guess I've made it clear that I feel 660 is way too close. Well, we've had, I'm comfortable with the half mile. I know not everybody is. Thoughts, comments, more questions, motions?
Well, I guess,
Thinking
Daniel,
about
my question would be is have we depleted the conversation? And I'm willing to listen as long as you guys want to go
Yep.
on, it's whatever. Have we depleted that conversation of the pros and cons or because to me, if it is as bad as it is, and I think I said this at the last meeting or the meeting before the last one, if it's as bad as it is, 2640 is too close. There should be a motion to ban any idea of this ever being talked about again.
Sure.
You know, because it seems like we're saying, yes, it's okay, that half mile, even though if we truly feel like it's that poisonous and everything else, it's okay to be a half mile. Well, in my mind, if that's true, it isn't okay. You know, and I don't know that we know the answer to that yet. It's a preventative answer. It sounds like what we're coming up with. So if we're just going to talk about footage from a house on any type of project like this throughout the county, is that what you're looking for as a motion for that? Or, because I haven't heard anybody make a motion
Right.
to accept the 2640 yet either.
Correct.
In that respect. And this isn't by resolution.
Correct.
So it
No,
isn't done.
Just building this document.
Yes.
Trying to think through the piece of encapsulated property. I understand that. And I mean, if we end up with a fairly small non-participating dwelling setback, I think that definitely would need to be looked at. If we can agree at the half mile, then I think that covers everybody. My other part of my thought there left me. While those thoughts are tossing around in there, do you want to talk about batteries or do we want to stay focused on this and get this figured out?
Well, I think batteries is easy.
I think that maybe that's a win that we can win and then
So,
move forward.
Yeah. I sent everyone an email. Did everyone have a chance to review it?
Yeah.
So for the group, I definitely don't want to misquote my own self, so let me see where I sent that. Where is it? Where's my sent?
It was Monday,
It was yesterday, yeah.
1:36.
Just give me the first two. It's 25 kilowatt and 50.
Class
No, it's
one,
one-
you had put up to 250
kilowatts, there you go.
and then.
So, yeah, thank you.
250, yep.
So the 250 kilowatt for class 2, in my mind, I spent a lot of time researching both sides of that as much as I could, actually reading through specs on companies that are selling these. I think 250 needs to be allowed in a commercial setting. It's still an encased battery size that can be easily managed if there was an explosion, if something happened. I believe 250, and that should also be enough kilowatts to be adequate for any industry that would need cutover type power. Like, so they lose power, they need that battery to cut over to a generator. Any large company that's 100% reliant on electricity will have a generator, in my opinion, and from what I've seen and gathered. That should be adequate to cover, like a Collins Aerospace, large manufacturing that may want to come in, large processors that may want to come in. I think that size fits. I also did state in there that that would have to be part of their hazardous communication plans, which all those companies would have. So our local fire and any EMS folks would be aware of this, not only the location, but how to properly handle those. As far as the class 1, the private use, like I've said the whole time, I'm not anti-solar. I'm pro proper use and proper land use of solar. And I think this gives people that want to utilize it the continued opportunity to do it, because I know there is a number of folks and some even neighbors of mine that do utilize their own solar for their own use. I think that would be adequate for the same type setup. Class 3, class 4, total ban on batteries. We have too big of a fire risk for too many months throughout the year to have those. Looking at wildfires, looking at just a recent weather pattern, and now our weather patterns come and go. They're all trends, but we get in situations like we are this year with, we've had 3 days that I've documented of 100-degree temperature swings. Tell me in a storage container, because I've worked out of a storage container before, there is very few cooling systems that can take that type of a swing and manage that. The risk is too high. Once, if there is a fire, contamination, there's a whole myriad of things, not to mention the fact that our winds, we had a battery fire out in Hayes Township 3 weeks ago, a month ago. That thing might have stopped by the time it hit York, maybe. And that's if every one of these folks that are farming that ground are in their tractors with their discs helping our local fire departments put that thing out. That's the only way that's stopping. We cannot afford that risk in our countryside, period. My motion would be to use those regulations for battery BES systems of storage.
Andy, you obviously have done quite a bit of research on it. Is there any that work in a commercial setting for the smaller 1 to 5 megawatt? There's no, I mean, those batteries are just,
they're huge.
Yeah, they come in these giant shipping containers.
Huge containers. My scare with going much bigger than the 250 kilowatts is a lot of times if you don't have enough of the right stuff to put that fire out, the only thing you can do is let that thing burn itself out. And that's I don't think anyone in the city of New York would want a smog cloud from that. And a lot of that comes from some of the fires that happen in California and some of the fallout from that.
They smoke when they burn.
And the up to 250, those are small enough that often they're contained inside.
They're either inside or outside in containment.
You always put them outside.
They're always, they'd be in containment. So anything that would leach out of them, if they would have to let them burn out, typically that's going to be much faster burn time. Water suppression would be a lot more adequate there than having to have special chemical put it in. So that's the research I've done. And I'm sure someone, like anything else, would go out and find contradictory research.
Yeah, they always do them in containers, and then they isolate the containers from each other. So that way, if one cell in a container that has however many hundreds of cells in it decides to go into thermal runaway, they can isolate it from the rest of the facility, but it still does smoke because it's burnt. So
would you say, I'm sorry, you did make a motion, I believe. So just another question for you. Would that those for class 1 and class 2, would that be administrative approval or conditional use approval?
I would, my suggestion would be for class 2, be administrative approval.
On both 1 and 2, and administrative approval.
Because with class 2, you're gonna have to also turn in your HAZCOM plan that should address that. I would venture to guess there's probably some of those already in existence in our county. Just, there's a very similar looking box to a lot of the ones I've seen that is outside of a couple buildings.
I will say, with batteries, there is a lot of different chemistries that are coming out. So this might be worth revisiting in 5 to 10 years, because lithium ion is, the famous, this is gonna cause fires or whatever else, although chances are low, but they are there. There are chances. There's lithium iron phosphate's pretty popular for these larger installations. It's still lithium ion technically, but it's less energy dense, basically as a trade-off for mitigating the fire risk. And then I think Lincoln's doing something like zinc, whatever it's called. I don't remember. It's a different chemistry than the normal ones. And that one is obviously also a lot less energy dense. Doesn't matter as much when you're doing these installations, but that one doesn't have the same fire risk. But I mean, I'm not gonna die on the hill of being like, well, we need to, have a giant battery storage in York County.
This might not pertain, but do we want to put anything in there that if any cooling system has to be a closed loop, just to
We can.
mitigate the?
I think we should.
I think that would be good.
Yeah.
I mean, probably not because of,
Typically not applicable to the size,
right, but it
we
just,
want to stay in front of technology.
correct. So I think that adding that would
You
be a
could
bad
even say,
idea.
You could limit like water ones and make it so it has to be like regular HVAC stuff.
I see what you're saying. Yep.
It's HVAC or closed loop
Yep.
systems.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Include some.
Including with the HVAC and the
He
closed
added
loop.
it, I believe, to
Add a
his
section.
section.
Could you just restate your motion? With all the inclusions?
For battery energy storage systems, my suggestion is, what was it for?
Up
250?
to 50.
Up to 50 for class 1, up to 250 for class 2. Class 2 must also include hazardous communication plan filed with local authorities and EMS. The cooling systems for class 2 must be either closed loop coolants or HVAC type cooling systems. And all battery storage must be registered with the county, with location and usage.
Not allowed on class 3, not allowed
Yeah,
on class
banned
4.
on, no, all BESS systems prohibited on class 1, or class 3 and class 4 installations.
Does that include the administrative fees that he asked about earlier?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yep, you said admin approval for class 1 and 2.
Perfect. Okay. Not to complicate things, I'm gonna just ask one question. The HVAC and the closed loop, do we want to just say all battery,
Yeah, we can do that.
rather than
All battery.
just on class 2? All battery storage systems have to be those two, no matter what class they're in.
It should not be necessary
Right.
in class 1,
Okay.
but they're good technology.
That's true, that's true.
All right.
Motion second. We've heard the motion. Comments, questions? Roll call.
I'm not usually in favor of banning things in general, so I may vote no on this, we'll see.
Sure.
Okay, Bowman,
Yes.
Obermeyer,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Burgess,
No.
Gross.
Yes. All right, that's a piece that we can put behind us. As we move forward, a couple of things that I've wrote down just to kind of think about. is possibly including something in there regarding inverter locations. So on class 4, depending on what we come up with for setbacks, if there was any thought in there as if we should say inverters shall be located
Within that,
as far away from non-participating dwellings as possible.
yeah, any inverters, in my opinion, I guess I'd thought this whole way through, whatever distances, setbacks we set, those inverters gotta be within those as well.
Right, and I would agree with that.
As far as location, I guess,
Where I was saying is, okay, let's just, it's half mile right now, I'll just use that. So we've got a house, got a half mile setback, now we've got a quarter of land that's signed up. And let's say that then it's another quarter on that side. So then I would say that the inverter has to be on the farthest side away from that non-participating house. So it could, that distance could be up to a mile, possibly from that house. And then if you had a house, if you had a participating house here, and it could get complicated if we
could we just say inverter placement must be within the median size of site away from non-participating properties, just leave it at that. I'll keep it in the center or farther away.
Right.
Should some of these items like this, like erosion control, like different things, should that be part of the conditional use permit process?
Yep.
I don't even think we want to get into this. It's like inverters are usually located in the middle of the house because they collect them from a bunch of different panels, and so you want to be like equally distant essentially. They're not going to be on the edge closest, but if we already have a setback, then it should be fine either way. So I just don't even know if I would be in favor of even getting into this at all. But if we were, I would also think it would be conditional, but so is a lot of the other things we're talking about.
I think the setback does, Daniel, take care of it, I think there's things that as we go along, and once we finally get some numbers nailed down, that there's gonna be a list of things we're gonna attach to conditional use permits that are gonna be, a mainstay, I would think. And I would think that would come into our meeting with our zoning board, to have everybody on the same page of what we're expected. And now whether it's gotta be American made or, this, or, just several different things would be part of that, I would think, So it really comes down to the footage, where we're at on footage. Do you want to take these one at a time?
You can.
Start at the top. Is the front setback, we've got public right-of-way front setback 108 feet. Does that need?
Yep.
Do you want to do them by motion to see where we're at?
We can. It's probably the simplest. We did that for batteries. So we can just go down through here. So the 108 measured from the center of the roadway. So that would be the if we take that's 75 feet from the right of way. That's what we've got set for class 2 and 3 as well. Discussion, thoughts? Leaving it there like it was. You want to make a motion? We'll go through these. I entertain a motion to class 4 front setback on public right of way, 108 feet from center of road or 75 feet from the right of way.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Perfect. Any discussion? Roll call.
I will
Yeah, go
say,
ahead.
yeah, sorry.
You're fine.
As with all these, I still don't see a reason why they should be any further from the road than any other building in the county. That's all I'll say.
Roll call.
Bowman,
Yes.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Burgess,
No,
Gross.
Yes.
And I would like to make a comment too, is we're talking about feet. Any verbiage that we come up with, I think should be ran by the county attorney's office, and if they don't feel comfortable,
Sure.
Finding somebody that does feel comfortable about what that verbiage should actually say. I mean, feet is feet. Whether we agree 660 is long or not, but the verbiage needs to be, because obviously we don't speak their language. I have a hard enough time reading their language, let alone speaking their language sometimes. So I hope that as we go through, we look at it that way too.
Yep. Okay, non-participating property, the planning and zoning had it set at 660. Through our discussions, we kind of had agreed on the 330. I would entertain a motion for the 330 from property line.
So moved.
Thank you. I will second that. Any discussion?
Sure.
Yep, go ahead.
My assumption is visual screening is part of all of these, correct?
Yes, correct. Yep. In my opinion.
And I think that's part of that verbiage that we have to come up with and make sure that
Let's be very
everything is just right.
Motion for 330 feet.
From property line.
For non-participating properties.
Correct.
to me, this is just such a large amount of unused land or whatever to require to be a setback. I don't know, same thing stands for the rest of the things I've said, but I am not in favor of 330 feet just from the property line. I don't think that's appropriate.
And my only problem with 330 and having the screening for the first maybe 5 years, depending on what's planted, may not affect that heat distribution, and 330 would still cause a little bit, will cause a draw against non-participating properties. So that's why for right now I'm still at 660.
All right. Roll call, please.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Gross.
Yes.
Robertson.
Yes.
Burgess.
No,
Bowman.
No.
All right, participating dwelling, it's at 75 feet. We had a little bit of discussion about that before. I think that having something in here, rather than saying no setback is prudent. They can, if a participating landowner wants it right on their doorstep, they can sign the waiver and file the paperwork with the courthouse. And so I'm fine with the 75, where they had it. Thoughts, discussion? Motion?
And make a motion to accept that setbacks to the participating dwelling.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Roll call.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes.
Robertson.
Yes.
Burgess.
yes.
Gross.
Yes. All right, non-participating dwelling.
Make the motion to set the setbacks at 2,640 feet.
Very good. 2640.
One half, 2640, half mile.
Right.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Discussion?
You know, whether it's cliche or what, I understand the stance obviously you're making, Andy. I really do. And, you know, I'm not gonna go along with the 2640. I think there's an opportunity to kind of get in here and split up a little bit. And, you know, I'd go up to quarter mile on that totally encapsulated, you know, property and maybe even quarter mile on any property, to make some of this work. It's obviously that the people that showed up today are very passionate. They've been here more than once. You know, we got emails. I know we all got emails about people that are on the other side. I had phone calls, you know, on the other side of this issue too. So, I still think this is a little bit far. But, you know, say I seconded to get it to a vote and we'll see where we go from there.
I guess to your point, Randy, the people that are showing up here are in support of 264. The people that are also showing up here in support of smaller setbacks are not county residents and not county businesses. In the past, I'm just gonna say from when this began, I've had a lot of conversations with people that say they're for smaller setbacks. It's just a conversation. No one's showing up. No one's taking time to protect anything. And largely those conversations all boil back down to the money. They think the money's a great thing. I would say the only person that doesn't fit that mold would be Willard. He actually comes and speaks his piece, but for the most part, outside of a couple of people that signed up, the people that are here are the people that are trying to protect farm ground, protect their livelihoods. So.
Okay, before us, we have a motion for non-participating dwelling to be set at the 2640 mile. Any other discussion?
I just want to ask the question. Sure. Because it's been hinted at in our discussion. Do we want to set or allow solar at this size in York County? Can you have?
I don't think so, but at the same time, I don't like absolutes. We don't know, maybe in 30 years once the technology works, I don't see it being viable past 10 years. So yeah, if I had my druthers, yeah, I would vote to ban class 4 altogether. And that probably is going to be my next motion if this one happens to fail. But like I said, I'm trying to be open-minded. The reason my head goes to the half-mile setbacks versus an absolute ban, too, is I think a half-mile setback in a court of law is very defendable because it fits some of our other zoning regulations. That's why I'm comfortable with this. Would I much rather see a ban? Heck yes. But that's,
You know, it's just the half mile seems excessive and just in conversation, I don't have the.
It doesn't disallow solar. It makes it the same as any livestock producer that wants to expand. I mean, that's, yeah, I don't like the risk of solar in any fashion, but I'm willing, that is my compromise, is that half mile. Because I know there's people on the other side that, on livestock, on solar, that it should be closer, 2.5 miles too close for some people with livestock, whatever, so.
I do respect the hard line opinion of just, you know, don't allow it at all. I just disagree with that position. That's all it is. I don't think half a mile is I don't think it's reasonable. I think it's an inappropriate setback for what we are regulating. And I do think that if the intention is to ban, we should ban, but I'm not in favor of banning it myself and the district I'm representing, so.
I just wanted to ask the question because I've heard hints of it and just wanted to know where we stand on it. All right.
All right, roll call, please.
Bowman,
Yes.
Obermeyer.
No.
Robertson,
Yes.
Burgess,
No.
Gross.
Yes. All right, so that gets us past the non-participating dwellings. So now we have churches and schools, cemeteries, state recs, plat subdivisions. So, I guess we'll just take them one by one. Churches and schools, there's been some discussion about breaking them into two separate categories. What's our thoughts and wishes?
Churches, platted subdivisions, and schools. The 2640 to me fits them. I would make the motion to include churches, schools, platted subdivisions, in the 2,640 feet setback amount.
Is there a second for that motion? I'll second it so that we can discuss it and vote on it. Any more thoughts or discussion regarding those items?
Yeah, I lumped them together, non-participating dwellings, just, I feel all the same things apply there.
Okay.
All the same rationale.
I think on the platted subdivisions, we pretty much took care of it in the non-participating dwellings, so I don't know that it needs to be added in with the churches and schools. It's there in the motion. I think this is a small percentage of land, obviously, with the amount of schools we have and how they're inside they're inside usually the borders of our communities. Where we've heard other comments is this is where we feel like these should be, and so then it pushes them back out further away from the community. So I don't know that the half miles, obviously, I'm not going to support it in this motion.
Roll call, please.
Bowman.
Yes.
Groves.
Yes.
Robertson.
I'll say no.
Obermeyer.
No.
Burgess.
No.
All right.
So Andy's been making all the motions, so I'll throw one out there and see where we go with it. Like I say, I think the platted subdivisions are pretty much kind of covered with the non-participating dwelling. I don't know if you're gonna come up with a unified answer between all the members inside there. So, but if they own a piece of property and they're against it, then that piece of property has gotta be respected to that's passed. Churches and schools, and those alone, I guess I would make the motion that we accept a 660-foot setback for both churches and schools on that.
I'll second.
Very good. Further discussion?
I still feel this is too far, but I'm willing to come up to this, I guess.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Bowman.
No.
Robertson.
Yes.
Groves.
Yes. Okay, so churches and schools at 660. All right, cemeteries.
I'll make a motion for 330.
Okay.
Second.
Any further discussion regarding that? Roll call, please.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Burgess.
Yes.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Robertson.
Yes.
Bowman.
No.
Gross.
Yes. Okay.
State rec areas, I would make the motion. I know we talked about the 330, listening to Commissioner Bowman and you know, what could happen to these grassy areas, to these ponds. They're much harder to mitigate and clean up, obviously, than would be a field or a road or anything like that. So I would make a motion that we go to 660 on state rec areas as a setback.
And to my previous points, I think a half mile is too close for that, for being able to clean those up, and my negotiation would be 2.5 miles, so I'm still for a half mile in those areas.
You proposed a 660, correct?
Yeah.
Any thought on changing that to a quarter mile?
If it fails.
I'll second at 660.
More thoughts and discussion?
Yeah, you know, obviously, if anything ever happens, it's gonna be a catastrophe,
Right.
and they suck, and we can't prevent them.
Sure.
We don't know when they're gonna come, we don't know how big they're gonna be. Our experience is that they do happen, and it sucks whether it's a farm place, whether it's in town, whether it's Walmart, whatever, it's gonna be a royal mess. I get it. So,
I just disagree with the notion that we shouldn't build anything because it might get destroyed by a storm. I don't think that's a good mindset to live your life with, essentially. Shouldn't build anything because something might happen. In the case of, a storm, storms break things, that's what storms do.
The one piece I would add with state rec areas, a lot of these we're talking about are flyway. Could be a negatively affect our flyways. Randy, I know for a fact that you don't mind pulling the trigger on some waterfowl.
and when there's water around.
That scares me of losing that too due to a field of solar panels and something else to take away from our children, I guess.
Motion and second. Roll call.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Bowman.
No.
Robertson.
Yes.
Gross.
No. All right, so the plat of the subdivisions, we've talked about it. I think it's on here, so probably should go ahead and deal with it. I think there's been discussion that we really probably took care of it with the half mile from non-participating dwellings. Motion to set it at the half mile.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I think you just keep this one connected to the dwellings,
Just
like
eliminate
said,
subdivision.
But anyway,
Fine.
it doesn't really matter.
Is what they gave us, so I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call.
Okay, so we're doing for the setting at the half mile platted subdivision motion. Okay, thank you. Bowman.
Yes.
Obermeyer.
No.
Robertson.
Yes.
Burgess.
No.
Gross.
Yes. Okay.
We could talk a little bit about the visual screening.
Mhm.
We're relying a lot on that through a lot of our conversations. I would like to put some definition into that, and again, something a lawyer needs to check out, but I think the visual screening at least needs to consist of 2 or more rows of trees that have a growth rate of minimally 6 inches per year from a standard. And that's about it.
I do think, I mean, there was a lot of discussion around the screening during the zoning board's discussion. And that verbiage did change a couple times.
Okay.
So I think I'm fine leaving it
Leaving it
with
there.
what the zoning board
It's
came
pretty
up
long.
Okay.
So it's written.
And to be right honest, off the top of my head, I do not remember what that
Sure.
is. So.
It's like a full page repeated like 4 times.
Is there any thought on, and with the half-mile setback, we probably don't need to worry about it, lighting? Is there any, I don't think there's anything in the current document that was given to us regarding lighting. And I don't know that they necessarily, they light solar fields up. But it was a thought that passed through my mind, and I thought I'd toss it out there.
I think that could be something that I would ask the board come up with their ideas when we start talking about the conditional use permits, what we're gonna, because I think in our regs, we should have that, you know, these are gonna be under a conditional use permit. And these are the things that are gonna be looked at as, you know, possible attachments to this project or any project that may come. It could, you know, the screening, the lighting, the noise, you know, just different things like that, or American-made products, or erosion control, or planting native grasses. You know, I think that there should be a list of things like that we come up with that we know.
That's not
Agree, disagree?
No, I agree. I think that's, yeah.
And then we find out how to word it properly so it's defensible.
Right. I guess words my head when we talk bring up lighting, Daniel goes to, I think the entrances and any gates to it need to be lit for potential emergency management. Outside of that,
Right.
I don't see any reason to draw any more attention to them.
Right. Mine was more to limit the lighting so it's not glaring.
For sure, yeah.
And I'm guessing that there can be some verbiage brought in there. You know, York went through the LED project here a few years back that changed from the incandescent lamps, you know, their old street lights, you know, to where it's just, I'm sure that there can be some verbiage brought
Limit
in
on
there.
light pollution or something.
Absolutely. Low level lighting or something like that that's going to allow them safe access onto a property they're leasing to work on it, but yet not intrude. But like you also stated, at the half mile, that should take care of a lot of that also.
All right. So past noon here a little bit. Do we, how, now that we've worked through this, I guess we have not talked anymore about the questions we had on class 1, 2, 3. So I'll pose it out there. Do we want to keep plugging through? Do we want to recess and come back? And then when we're done, then another question that I'll throw out for people to think about. Do we want, are we feeling that we want the zoning administrator to update the document with the changes and whatnot that we come up with here today, and then move forward at our next meeting? Or do we want to just have him, I guess what I'm saying, do we want to set a date for a public hearing today? We get the updated document, we get it out to everybody, we get it out to the public, and then we have that date set 3 weeks from now, for whatever it is that we, just so everybody knows it's out there. So first we'll tackle, everyone want to keep pushing through? Do you want to break?
I didn't think we had many things left to cover.
We have not much to cover other than just talking more about this. And I guess, yeah, so it should not take us another hour to
My ability to keep pushing.
Well, yeah, I
Do
guess,
we see anything in what's written down here as something that
we need to talk
needs
about.
to get voted on? Does anybody pick something out that says no?
Sure. The only two that I would like some clarification on, within the commercial corridors, the non-participating dwellings. So these are dwellings within that half mile on the commercial corridors. In our discussion, it was somewhat unclear re-listening to the meeting. We were talking about non-participating dwellings. We talked about 330 foot setbacks for those non-participating dwellings. And then we also started to talk about 75 feet from right-of-way for the front setbacks. It was unclear if we kind of switched gears there and we were really talking about more up on the front setback from a public right-of-way, or if we were talking about 75 feet from the front of a non-participating
Yeah,
dwelling.
so what I think needs to be 75 feet from the right of way and or the 330 from non-participating dwelling. So if you have a house across the road.
Yep.
It can't be 75 feet, it's gotta be 330.
Right, that's what.
That's the clarification, I think. But that's what, in my head, was what we talked about. The 330 supersedes the 75.
Right.
it's whichever's further.
Thoughts on that? I know that there was some discussion of feeling that the commercial corridors needed to be smaller than the 330.
And that's where we had the heat discussions, screens.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that lives along that commercial corridor, you know, I mean, they're acceptable to obviously the noise and everything else that goes on, you know, on our highways, on our interstate system. You know, the only part of the 330 that would get me a little bit would be the fact that if we had a, you know, once again, you know, a 5, 6, 7, 10 acre spot that you know, an industry wanted to come in, that they more than welcome to come in, they fit that, but then they couldn't do something. So would there be an opportunity under a conditional use permit to allow this,
Without being class 2,
to
if
allow
it's
the
3 to 10 acres, right? So that would finally give us a reason to have class 2 and class 3 separate, right? Because otherwise they're the same across the board essentially. Not entirely, obviously, one requires a conditional use. But that would give us something to make them different, as if you said class 2, you don't have to have 330, but you do for class 3, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think of, you know, Cortiva out here, if, you know, with that acreage just right there, if they wanted to go in between the two, I mean, would that cut them out when, I mean, it's a functioning industry that does it, you know, can we come in just a little bit? And maybe, Joe, that's a good idea to, you know, and to allow it a little bit closer up to 1 megawatt, but yet in the 3, 1 to 5 megawatts, say no, 330 is where it's at. You live with that? You want a motion?
Sure.
Make it a motion.
Make it a motion.
Okay, so make a motion to class 2, we allow it to come down to the 75 feet. And at class 3, we leave that non-participating dwelling we're talking about at the 330.
Sure, I'll second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Robertson.
Yes.
Bowman.
Yep.
Gross.
Yes. All right,
Look at us,
class 2. Yeah. Class 2, it was admin approval. We decided it should be conditional use permit. When we discussed that, the conditional use permit, we were talking about general ag. Do we want commercial corridors for class 2 up to 1 megawatt to also be conditional use permit or admin approval?
Yes, for sure.
Conditional use permit? Okay.
Especially if they have the battery component
Yeah.
there too, which
For sure.
we would allow.
And the
Yep.
screening and the lighting, I think
Yep.
becomes more important in a commercial corridor too.
Okay.
I think, yes.
Very good. So I want to just look at class 1 front setback from public right of way. So we had, that one was 75 feet from the center of the road. There was some discussion of why would that be any different for the small ones than just the normal setbacks? Joe, you've been a proponent of having it be the same as the setbacks. Is that one that you would feel that should, I mean, these small ones, it's gonna be on personal property, thoughts?
Yeah, that's, I mean, it's the same, for me, it's the same for all of them, but especially for the really small where it's just, someone wants to put it on their own place. I don't see why we would regulate that more than any other building. I guess it's the same argument for all of them, but I mean, maybe you'll agree with me finally because it's the small one, so we'll see.
I'm gonna agree that it could be shrunk up just due to the livestock applications. There's electric fences, some submersible wells that run off solar. Like I said, I'm not against
Exactly.
solar, and some of those they can't be moved.
Right. Yep.
You're right.
That's good, but
Is there a motion to change that to be the general 58 feet center of the road or 25 foot from the right of way?
so moved.
Thank you. Is there a second on that one? I'll second that one. Any discussion?
Can you repeat your motion?
Yeah, so it's just changing the front setback of public right of way to the general structure setbacks.
Yep, for that area, that district.
For class
And that's for
1.
class 1.
Thank you.
All right, roll call please.
Bowman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Obermeyer.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Okay. Any other thoughts? I think everything else fell into place. If everybody agrees with what was read in this sheet, I think we had that agreement last time.
I would make a motion to have a public hearing on these setbacks the Monday before our next meeting. A dual public hearing with both boards.
I've heard it rain, I just can't see.
Would be April 27.
I will say that, and I've said this in the past at every meeting, that the document itself needs some work. So just because the setbacks we've, voted on here, document still needs work. Still really long, really complicated, and missing some stuff. We've talked about, erosion, whether that should be on the, whether that should be on conditional use permit side of it, or whether that should just be part of it. You have to plant like native grasses or whatever else. Obviously, I brought forth one solution to that, which is just use a revised draft that shortens it down. And I had a revised draft. I haven't heard a lot about that except for a couple suggestions from Randy, but in my opinion, we should work on a general provision section so we don't list the screening as the screening's listed multiple times, all these other things. There's no reason to make the document hard to read. I think we could make it easy to read while keeping all the same stuff in it and possibly adding more if we feel it's necessary.
Yeah, me and Joe had talked briefly about it. My will was to try to get some numbers done. Obviously, we know we're working through the comp plan, and we're sure hoping that's coming to a conclusion because that's been about 2 years now. And then I called it prettying it up, I think is the words I used. That piece, hopefully with the help of Marvin Consultants, will get cleaned up and recommendations to Joe and or the zoning board to clean up some of the language. And I think they're gonna help us, you know, 'cause we talked about doing, you know, they said they could either do the zoning right away or do it as we got done with the comp plan. So I'm hoping that we can get that cleaned up.
Be able
Yeah,
to
and
start
then
in on that
he
soon.
makes a good point that why should you have to read it 4 or 5 different times when it should just be a general provision? And I'm hoping to get that done with the help of Marvin, I would think.
Doesn't have to be I took a crack at it just to kind of show, I guess. I would have liked to see that, you know, move forward or whatever else, but it doesn't need to be the one that I did. That's fine. It's supposed to keep the same requirements in there. It's just make it easier to read. I don't really care who does it. I just did it because no one else was.
So do we need to check with the zoning? Nate, when were they going to meet again? Was there a meeting on there?
We said the next one, May 18th at 5:30.
Okay.
Could we have the public hearing just based on the setbacks and then clean up everything at their meeting and be done with it and be able to, my goal is to be able to vote on a resolution next meeting after the public hearing.
Okay.
And then clean up the definition pieces.
What time do you want a special meeting for us then?
8 o'clock.
Morning or?
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of, I mean, whether,
Are we talking
you
the
never know.
27th? Is
April 27 currently. And we can, I think we can make that date work. It's height of planning season, but if we don't do it there, we'll have to push it
8 p.m. works for me.
later.
It's gonna rain.
Oh,
Okay, good.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
So 8 p.m. Monday, April 27th.
No, not 8. I'd like to see a 6 o'clock start on that. I personally don't like to go much earlier than that without putting it back in the day.
Technically, I have class on Monday evenings, but it's an honors course, so it doesn't really matter. No, I'm just kidding.
That would give us the 10-day notification period.
Give Nate a few days to clean up the document.
I prefer closer to 7 if we could, but I can make it work, so.
I'd be fine at 7 as well.
Do we feel that our location is adequate?
Yeah, I think we probably need to have.
I mean, we've
Basement.
I won't say we've exhausted the public comment, but the public comment, you know, has been relatively the same. It was big enough today, barely.
And we could squeeze in more.
We needed to.
Right. Yeah.
Could take out a
find room for them. I think. I don't know, is the downstairs room any bigger? A little.
It can be set up in a different way than this can to accommodate things differently. So we could say courthouse and make it work.
We probably can do that. Is that all right?
That'll be fine.
Okay.
So my official motion is to have the public hearing the 27th at 7 o'clock at the courthouse.
Okay, can we,
public hearing. We know what you meant.
Are we, thoughts on 7 o'clock?
I like 7 o'clock.
Okay,
I'm good.
That's fine.
okay. So we'll invite the board, planning and zoning board.
We need to know if they're gonna be able to make it, so we can publicize.
Right.
That's true.
Maybe Nate can reach out to them and ask for a response by email by a couple days, if they would please. At least email a response.
Right.
Whether they think they can make it or not.
Do we won't have action. We'll take up action the next day if I'm feeling the board correctly. Do we want to ask them for a recommendation that night, or do we just want them here to listen?
Here again, I go back, we've asked for
Yep.
a recommendation twice.
Yeah, I don't
We
see,
ask
I don't see the point. but
We get this in front of them.
Yep.
And
You can comment.
them.
Right.
I appreciate comment. but-
Yeah, I'd appreciate their input.
Right.
I guess, knowing the board,
I don't-
I don't need a special
Well-
meeting to get that, but
Yeah.
everyone
Right,
else might want
exactly.
to
No,
hear.
at that, the way I would see it is, I guess this is the way that we'll invite them to the public hearing, ask them to be there to listen, ask them to provide their comments, and then if they want to make a formal recommendation, that they would make they would have action on their agenda to do that night, and then we would act on it the next meeting. Thoughts? Sound all right?
I think it's workable if they can make it.
Right. Okay. That is the tentative plan. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Roll call.
I would add one thing.
Yeah.
So this is just on the setbacks.
Well,
Or is
it'll
it
be the
everything?
overall document, yeah, because
But to Randy's point, I think, well, Marvin can still clean it, but all
Correct.
the base thing will be, but
right, but
then we can ask the board to outline the.
So after we pass as a resolution, you're saying that's when you amend it or something?
No,
The document?
Yeah.
I think
don't
the
know what you're
document will get cleaned up as we go through the finalization of the comp plan
yes.
and
This,
cleaning up the document at that time.
this, and then the definition. This is what we will be.
Oh, the table.
This is what we'll be confirming, and then Marvin, with the help of zoning planning, can clean up the definitions on the screening and all of that.
Right.
If they so choose, if not, that's the document.
Right, correct. But we will pass a resolution, we will have a motion for passing a resolution that will make it zoning regulation.
Right.
Okay.
Based on the document that we currently have.
So yes, it will be amended later, is what you're saying. So. All right, well, I'm gonna vote against that, but we'll get to that when it comes to it.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Bowman,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes,
Obermeyer.
Yes.
And Gross.
Yes. All right. Anybody have any committee reports they'd like to share today? Joe, anything you want to start off with?
I got Blue Valley next week.
Okay.
And then, actually, yeah, I think that's the closest next meeting. I don't know if I'll have anything else between now as far as committees.
Perfect. Andy?
Yeah, I was just trying to pull up that email. So Greg and Ashley were unable to come from the roads department this morning. Greg did send a list of things that he wanted us to read. They finished the bridge repair and maintenance and the drainage issues on Road 11 S to T. Started road reconstruction on 20 R to S. This includes drainage issues on R 18 through 20, culvert extension on 20, Q through R. Road will be closed for at least a couple of weeks. We have stayed in contact with the tenants, and then they're currently working on gravel and rock bids, so we get to go through that fun process here again shortly. So, yeah, I guess the rest of my report is mainly road stuff right now. We're gonna have got 2 positions that we're currently gonna post, dirt and a maintainer operator. We've had some changes there. Other than that, waiting to hear back. Ashley did take her road superintendent exam a couple Fridays ago, so we'll see how she did on that. I think feel pretty good about things that are going on out there. The one thing I don't is had another major issue with engine on one of our 8-year-old machines, 7-year-old machines. Yeah, not a very old machine, about middle of the road for what we typically keep. That's going to be some large dollars. So working diligently on trying to get some numbers put together for a lease option for the county and take some of that risk away from us. If we can get some type of a lease type program with either John Deere case or a combination of both, long term will save a lot of money if we can get something correctly put together that's a mutually beneficial program. So other than that, now that we decided on what we're doing with EMS, tentatively middle of next month, we're going to do our first of the year safety committee meeting. So had some discussions with some of the members of that as to timing and what we're going to discuss, and have a few good ideas on topics to tackle first in this building and then move outwards from there. So that's what I got.
Randy?
LB 663 kicked off last week, just through a Zoom. We'll all be together tomorrow, I should say, down in Lincoln. So it'd be nice to get everybody around the table and get that going. It's more of a working template is what it is, about toolkits for counties in situations like today and best practices. And so that'll be a 2-month long deal. Pretty much touched on the projects that are going. Probation should be going here directly. I think materials are ordered. The North probation, so we finally get that done. The carpet project here, the fire sprinklers about done. Then, when we get these all wrapped up, and maybe when there isn't so much other stuff going on, we'll start looking at the window project for the building here. But by that time, it will be in the budget. And we do have some budget we'll have to get together and like I say, guide through this.
Right.
Department head meeting should be next month that we'll touch on, obviously some spots to clean up. There's still gonna be plenty to do.
Go ahead.
So for the first Thursday updates that I represent this board on, they're doing a live session on May 7th because it is during Economic Development Celebration Week. I can't remember exactly what they call it, even though I have it right in front of me. So that'll be at the Golden Grounds Coffee Shop for anyone that wants to join us. And then the Aging Board doesn't meet until next month. I've not heard yet when the Veterans Board meets. I don't know if they'll meet while he's out.
We'll meet, we're hoping Nick will come back and we can set a date.
Yeah, that's fine. That's the other one I wait for. And then Region 5/PACE, I met yesterday as a board. I've been through an orientation with that board. And tomorrow I'm attending a symposium of their clients showcasing their talents and skills. So I'm looking forward to that. So that's where I'm up to.
Okay, sounds good. A good meeting with YCDC. They're making good progress on funding for the SCC Development Center, so that's encouraging. I've kind of been letting Andy run out there at the road, so I don't have much to update there. But I agree with him. I think things are running smooth out there. Anything from your perspective?
Not today.
Okay.
But thank
Very
you.
good. Yeah. Clerk's office have any update?
Early voting started yesterday, so come get your ballots or cast your ballot here in office. And the election day is May 12th.
Okay, very good. All right. Anybody have anything else they would like to share before we adjourn?
Yes.